Just hold it nice and close to the top. Don't drop it yet. Make him come get it.
Here's a man chilling at a tropical marina and looking to make a friend. He's being instructed by a nice person off camera who seems to be providing instructions on how to feed some mysterious beast that lives under the boat. Given the size of the fish he's holding, whatever it is must be pretty large. Then we see it. A giant mouth that almost takes off the man's hand.
Thank you.
What was it? Most likely a Goliath grouper, which can grow up to 8 feet long and weigh more than 800 pounds. I guess it's better to be friends than enemies. Okay, so this video is tough to watch. A truck is shown dumping its entire load into a river, and it's not just a little litter. It's full, and everything goes right into the water. Watching this video really upsets me, and I can't help but wonder why someone would do this. A lot of people on Reddit have speculated that rich countries might pay poorer countries to take the trash because it's cheaper than recycling. If you know anything about this, let me know in the comments. Shocking home surveillance footage from March 2024 revealed the terrifying moments in which a grandmother was forced to defend herself and protect her 4-year-old granddaughter from a home invader.
Get back! Get back! I have a gun! Get back! Get back!
911 emergency.
There's a guy came into my house. He's trying to take my gun. Please help me.
Joseph Rivera, age 32, was captured on camera entering the home in New Mexico after crashing a stolen vehicle nearby. He demanded car keys from the panicked grandmother, who complied with his request before retreating to a bedroom, arming herself and locking the door.
Get back! I will.
What did you do?
Because you're in my house. I will get you water, but if you hurt me, I'm going to shoot you again. God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, this is not happening.
When Rivera returned demanding more keys, the homeowner shot Rivera a single time. She can be heard in a panicked state offering Rivera some water but threatening to shoot him again if he hurts her. She also apologizes while waiting for the police. Surprisingly, Rivera survived and was arrested while passed out. He faces charges of burglary, attempted felony, and receiving/transferring a stolen motor vehicle.
This man didn't just leave the gas station with gas, he also got himself his own souvenir. At a red light, this driver quickly gets out of his car to rip out a gas nozzle that's still inside of his vehicle. He throws it into the back of his truck and gets into his car like nothing happened.
In the dense jungles of Guyana, a horrifying chapter unfolded as Jim Jones, the charismatic leader of the People's Temple, orchestrated one of the deadliest mass murder suicides in history, claiming the lives of 909 followers, including 300 children, in a single tragic day. Jim Jones started the People's Temple in Indianapolis during the 1950s. He was a charismatic leader who advocated against racism, attracting a large following, especially from the African American community. By 1965, he had moved his congregation to Northern California, first settling in Ukiah and later in San Francisco. During the 1970s, allegations of financial fraud, physical abuse, and child mistreatment surfaced against the church, which led to increasing scrutiny from the media. In an attempt to escape growing criticism, Jones, who was becoming increasingly paranoid and was also struggling with drug addiction, convinced his congregation to relocate to Guyana, promising a socialist utopia. They established Jonestown, but life there was far from the paradise he had promised. Residents worked long hours under harsh conditions, faced severe punishments for dissent, and lived under constant surveillance, with their communications censored and movements restricted. The situation reached a boiling point when U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan visited Jonestown in November 1978, following concerns raised by former members and relatives of current members.
People play games, friend. They lie. What can I do about lies? Are you people going to leave us? I just beg you, please.
The visit ended in tragedy when Jones, panicked by defections from his group, ordered an attack on Ryan and his delegation, resulting in Ryan's death along with 4 others as they attempted to leave. The following day, Jones orchestrated a final, devastating act. He gathered his followers and ordered them to participate in what he called a revolutionary act of syringes were used to administer a lethal mixture of cyanide, sedatives, and fruit juice to the children, followed by the adults under the watch of armed guards. When Guyanese authorities arrived at the site, they were met with a harrowing scene. Hundreds of bodies, many in embraces, strewn across the commune. A small number of residents managed to flee into the jungle, and several dozen, including Jones's sons, survived as they were away from Jonestown at the time. Like we mentioned earlier, lately teenagers have been pulling pranks that are supposed to be funny, but honestly, they're getting more extreme, and they're not really funny at all. Just ask this woman, who took a prank very personally and had a completely over-the-top reaction. Now she's facing charges after she tried to run over these kids because of the prank.
All right, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
Maybe an overreaction?
Oye, para un poquito. Oye, para un poquito. Nancy, para un poquito, oye, mira. Oye, para un poquito. Oye, para un poquito.
Terrifying stories like that are a good reason why it's so important not to ignore situations like this. Here, we see a young lady destroying her boyfriend's car with an axe because he found out she'd been cheating on her. The boyfriend is there filming and actually gets hit by the axe.
Oh, mira. Para un poco. Miren, eso nada más, miren.
Lo que te pasa por...
I guess it wasn't the business end because he kept on pleading with her despite getting knocked down. The lesson here is don't cheat, but also don't be a complete psycho. This video is supposed to be disturbing, but it's actually kind of funny. This guy was caught red-handed on camera trying to vandalize his neighbor's house, but things take a comedic turn when he accidentally falls. First, the stick drops, then it hits him twice, and he ends up on the ground. Even though he falls and looks completely ridiculous, he doesn't hesitate to get up and continue his mischief. The funniest part is the audio. He's making some really weird noises that don't even sound human. It's hilarious.
Hey, I'll nail that off the side of the house.
You need to get your carry-on bag.
Choosing the right time and place to break up with your partner is important, especially if your soon-to-be ex is prone to having meltdowns. This girl just got dumped at 30,000 feet, and thanks to her screaming, she's likely to end up on the no-fly list, as well as the no-guy list.
Hey, ma'am, where are your bags? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
The way that your vehicle was located, I'll have to write you a ticket for improper U-turn. Whenever you complete a U-turn,
I didn't U-turn.
hold on. Whenever you complete a U-turn, you're supposed to be as far to that corner as possible. Okay?
They have another car in front of her. That's why, I cannot parking behind her.
Okay. Well, you are required to go as far away between. You're not supposed to be between any cars. You're supposed to be against that curb line. Okay? I need you to sign with your finger. It's not an admission of guilt. You're just signing saying you'll take care of the citation.
We don't take a stance on police here, because there are good ones and bad ones, just like any other profession. This video shows an elderly Asian man with minimal English skills getting pulled over for an improper U-turn, resulting in an accident.
I don't think that you're understanding what I'm saying here, okay?
I understanding. I told you. The car, the front of her can and she didn't turn.
Whenever you make a U-turn,
I didn't make a U-turn.
The 70-year-old man then attempts to get out of the car and explain himself, though he and the officer are having difficulty understanding one another.
you see where that car's at? Whenever you enter that area, that's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to leave any space at all. You're not supposed to leave any space at all.
You see that two car?
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
I am the
The way where your vehicle was located, your vehicle was not like that.
Sit down.
No.
You sit up. Get on the ground.
No. See, sir. No. Call an ambulance. Anh
The older man and his companion continue to contest the ticket, but the officer lets his temper get the best of him. He tackles the other man for virtually no reason, slamming his head into the ground in the process. He was later hospitalized with a brain bleed.
If you've ever lived through an earthquake, you probably know the drill. If your ground is moving beneath you, it's always good to get somewhere safe. Somewhere possibly more steady, but somewhere where the world doesn't feel like it's falling around you. This magnitude 7.6 earthquake suddenly hit the island of Mindanao in the Philippines without much warning at roughly 10:37 p.m. People were out grabbing food, enjoying their night, only to be left covering their heads and hoping nothing glass came raining down on them.
Oh my God.
Imagine being out at the market with friends only for the electrical lines to start exploding and the world shaking from beneath you. It obviously isn't safe, but where are you supposed to go if you're already out? Sometimes when the world feels like it's coming apart, the best thing you can do is run.
Oh my God! Jesus name. Oh my God.
This restaurant shows what it's like without the cameras shaking, and CCTV captures the horror of an unexpected earthquake in perfect clarity.
Here's another, you don't see that every day, robber from south of the border. It shows two men riding up on a horse and running into a convenience store with guns drawn. But one of the best parts is that the horse initially attempts to follow them in, forcing one of the thieves to jump back on and wait for his brother in crime. And while they may be thieves, there's something pretty cool about this robbery. It's like Red Dead Redemption without all the pesky dialogue. Imagine yourself on a city bus, a place where people of all ages and backgrounds converge for their daily commutes. On this particular day, the atmosphere was tense. Kadisha Bishop was causing a commotion, arguing loudly with other passengers. The air was thick with discomfort and unease. In the midst of the chaos, an elderly man named Sergei Forner, who was known to be a kind-hearted and gentle man, stepped in. Hoping to defuse the situation, he politely asked Bishop to be nicer to those around her. His words were intended to calm, not provoke. Unfortunately, they had the opposite effect. Instead of de-escalating, Bishop's response was one of violent violence. As Warner prepared to step off the bus, she followed him to the door and, with a sudden brutal shove, pushed him from behind. The force of her push was so powerful that Warner was set sprawling headfirst onto the sidewalk. Witnesses on the bus watched in horror as the 74-year-old man lay on the pavement, gravely injured. Emergency services were quickly called and Warner was rushed to a hospital. Despite the best efforts of the medical team, his injuries were severe. After battling for his life for nearly a month, Sergei Forner succumbed to his injuries and passed away on April 23, 2019. The initial shock of the incident was compounded by the cold-blooded nature of the attack. Bishop's actions were not just a momentary lapse in judgment, but a violent outburst that resulted in an irreversible tragedy. The community was left grappling with the senseless loss of a man who had simply tried to bring a little peace to a troubling situation. Kadisha Bishop faced serious consequences for her actions. She was initially charged with open murder, reflecting the gravity of the incident. The legal process that followed was complex, involving numerous court appearances and legal arguments. Ultimately, Bishop pleaded guilty to a reduced charge of abuse of an elderly person resulting in substantial bodily harm. This plea, though, was accepted by the court, and in December 2021, she was sentenced to serve between 8 to 20 years in prison.
You guys messed up my flight ticket.
What's going on?
They messed up my flight ticket. I asked for an aisle. They gave me a middle seat. How is that my problem?
Have you ever missed a flight? Well, it seems that this woman missed her flight and got nervous due to her anger when her seat on the flight was changed. This police cam footage was recorded at Salt Lake City International Airport in 2021. The woman became very nervous and agitated when she was given a middle seat instead of an aisle seat.
What have I done on the plane? I would like to ask you what I have done on the plane.
I listened to your side, and I listened to their
I'm not asking you about my side. I'm asking you what I have done on the plane. Did I touch someone? Did I touch someone?
What was your name,
Please
Jacqueline?
explain it. Have I spoken to Did I touch someone? Please tell me if I've spoken to someone and I've touched someone.
Okay, so...
Listen to him. Ask him that question.
All right, Jacqueline, we're going to leave.
Ask him.
Jacqueline, you need to leave now because
No,
you've been denied.
ask him.
The recording shows how the woman is quite upset and disdainfully tells the police officers that it's their fault and that she hasn't done anything wrong.
I don't live here. I live in New York.
Well, good. Okay. Delta
Dude, who's paying for my ticket?
You're going to have to... You got refunded.
I got refunded to live in Utah?
Yeah. Jacqueline, okay? We're going to walk out.
I don't live here. I don't know anyone here. If anything, I need to get a ride back to New York.
Okay, we'll walk you out to where the other airlines are, okay?
Dude, I don't live here.
Delta is denying you service, okay? Delta Airlines, a private company, is denying you service.
Why though? Because you guys denied me service. Why? You don't even know why.
Okay,
so you better get me a flight back to New York. Okay. I don't live in Utah.
Jacqueline,
I've never been here.
As seconds pass, the woman becomes increasingly nervous, demanding to be told what she's done wrong. When she realizes she won't be allowed to board the flight, she starts screaming and demanding a refund or a flight back to her home in New York.
Dude, this is on you though.
This is not on me, okay?
Yeah, this is on you.
You caused a disturbance. They have deplaned.
No, I did not cause a disturbance.
The woman becomes increasingly nervous, screaming nonstop that she doesn't live in Utah, and the moment she tries to hit the police officer, they restrain her and arrest her.
Let's go train.
Stop!
Hands behind your back.
Stop!
Hands behind your back. Now.
Stop!
Hands behind your back.
Stop!
Hands behind your back.
Stop! I don't live in Utah!
Stop resisting. Hands behind your back.
I don't
Hands
live
behind
in
your back.
Utah.
Hands behind your back. Stop resisting. Hands behind your back.
Ow! Live in
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Stop
Hands
resisting.
behind your back.
I don't
Gotcha.
live in
Stop
Utah.
resisting. Get up. Get up.
I was walking into the store here. I put my hand on the door and I heard a loud bang and yelling at the corner. Recounted Shane Ramsch, a man who narrowly escaped a bizarre and dangerous incident. Earlier this year, right outside of a store, a saw blade, seemingly coming from nowhere, sped across the parking lot at an alarming rate. Caught on the store's security camera, you can see Shane just stepping into the store. Within moments, the saw blade rolls quickly across the ground in the same direction as Shane, and if he had taken just a few seconds longer to enter, he might not have lived to tell his story. The store owner mentioned that everyone shopping was in shock when the blade slammed into the wall.
Yo, so I come to my car, I see this letter on my car. I'm parked at my homeboy's crib. And I get this letter, please do not park in front of our home. So I went and knocked on the door and asked why. It's a public street. And she said she owns this parking spot. She owns it.
Here's a guy who was simply trying to visit a friend, filming a note he found waiting on his car upon leaving. It seems polite enough. Please do not park in front of our home. Upon asking the homeowner what the problem was, he was informed that she apparently owns the parking spot, despite it very clearly being a public street.
This guy right here is on my property.
Because I knocked on the door.
Coming and knocking on my door. And causing us problems. I don't know who this guy is, but he needs to leave.
And I asked,
Can
why
you
was
leave
she?
my property?
I'm not. No, I'm not on your property.
Leave my property.
I'm not on your property.
Sure, leave my property.
I'm on the sidewalk. I'm a public.
Leave my property.
I'm on public property.
You need to leave my property.
I can stay right here.
Okay, that's it. That's it. I've had enough. Why are you laughing?
Because that's the rudest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Moments later, the young Karen appears, apparently on the phone with the police. An argument ensues over the definition of public versus private property.
This is a public street. This is a public street. So of course I'm gonna knock on your door.
Then I'm gonna put a note on your car. Don't park in front of my house.
This isn't. This is. Where does it say this is property of?
28455 Hidden Hills, right there.
That's your property.
That's my property.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Can you leave?
No, it's not.
You don't live here, sir.
It doesn't matter. I'm visiting.
Okay.
So do you do this for everyone that comes and visits?
No, but there's people who park in front of my house continuously.
It doesn't matter.
Can you please leave?
Oh no. This is. I have every right to be right here.
You have right to stay there, but you don't have to be.
You don't. This is a.
That's what you're
No,
please don't park
please don't park in front of my house.
You know what I'm gonna do? I might just come out here and park every weekend right here.
You sure could. You
And
could
I'm
if you
gonna
wanted.
leave everything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
This some rude ass shit.
You're being rude right now.
No.
Yeah.
Bro, you already know that's wrong.
Next comes the husband. What the homeowners don't seem to understand is that this man can park wherever he wants.
I'm asking you not to park in front of my house. That's
Well,
not what we're doing now.
you could ask all day long.
Right, and you could say you're not gonna. That's fine. But other than that, filming is just a childish little thing.
No. This is childish, bro.
No, you're being childish.
No. You
I'm not your bro. You're being
childish. I'm not your bro. Like, it don't matter. You can call the police. You can call whatever.
I don't need to call the police. Why would you do that?
Whatever your wife is doing.
My wife is not doing anything except saying please don't park in front of her house. And we're allowed to do that. This is America.
And I'm allowed to knock on your door and ask why.
You sure are.
Right.
Now you know the reason. So
Okay.
have a nice day. Okay? Go about your business.
Nah, man.
Yeah, you can stand there and film me all day. You just look like a stupid person.
No. This is stupid.
The resulting discussion is pretty childish, but it's clear the homeowners are in the wrong here.
Minutes for a single sandwich, and I'm about to miss a flight. So I appreciate it if you could put a cap in your stuff. Doesn't take that long to put egg and bread together. So again, you don't want to make sandwiches? There's hundreds of billions of places higher.
We're going to see plenty of examples of how entering an airport apparently has the ability to turn a person's Karen dial up to 100.
I already made the sandwich. Why the f are you giving it away or trying it out? I paid for it. That sounds even stupider.
This woman is really giving this poor employee hell for taking too long to make her sandwich, but you have to admire the young lady's restraint and not talking back as much as she should.
That was nice. Thank you.
And to think she acted like this and still got her food.
Shut your
Going to a football game in the US typically involves a lot of yelling and a lot of alcohol. And considering opposing fans are often intermingling in the stands, things can get heated at times. This is one such case. Video shows an angry Washington Commanders fan yelling at people behind him before losing his balance and tumbling over a series of seats. The only consolation is that, this being a Washington Commanders game, there probably weren't that many people there to see him.
Imagine a flood that brings the water level up more than halfway past your kitchen window. It's a terrifying thought, but it's also part of life for people in Hamburg, Germany. Storm surges like the one in this clip submitted by Hamburg happen several times every year.
Some quick thinking by neighbors in Mongolia saved the life of a man whose apartment had caught on fire. They worked together to move a parked car from underneath the window before stretching out a sheet and encouraging the man to jump down. I bet he's glad to have neighbors like these. Picture this. A night filled with mystery and intrigue, shrouded in the secrecy of a legendary secret society. That's exactly what viewers across America witnessed when footage of the Skull and Bones initiation ritual hit the airwaves. Thanks to the investigative prowess of Ron Rosenbaum, 68, and some brave Yale students, we got a peek behind the curtain of this clandestine organization. The scene is set in the eerie courtyard of the Skull and Bones tomb, where cloaked figures gather under the cover of darkness. As the camera pans, we see participants lying on the steps, while others donning cloaks perform what can only be described as macabre theatrics.
New York Observer investigative reporter Ron Rosenbaum accompanied a team of Yale students who shot these pictures 9 days ago. Rosenbaum's curiosity about Skull and Bones was permanently piqued when, as a classmate of George W. Bush, he lived right next to the tomb, the group's heavily fortified home. From their perch, Rosenbaum and his cohorts taped the tomb's courtyard. What they captured, they say, was initiates, known as neophytes, being forced to kiss a skull.
Shouts of "kiss the skull" echo through the night, as if straight out of a horror movie. But wait, there's more. In the background, a distorted voice adds to the chilling atmosphere, making it seem like something out of a conspiracy theorist's wildest dreams. However, not everyone was convinced by the footage. Stephen McDonald, 73, a Skull and Bones alumni member, expressed disbelief, suggesting that the events may have been staged. Well, if that's the case, someone deserves an Oscar for their performance. In the end, whether it was a genuine initiation or a theatrical production, one thing's for sure: the Skull and Bones Society continues to capture the imagination of the public. Who knows what other secrets lie within those hallowed halls? A truck driver's own dash cam captured the horrifying moments when he plowed into a group of bikers while driving on the wrong side of the road. The incident took place on March 23, 2024 on State Route 163 in Nevada. Tragically, 22-year-old Owen Hart, who was just out for a ride to celebrate his birthday with his 21-year-old fiancée Athena Joy, died in the crash along with 44-year-old biker Jeremy Gabo. The truck driver, identified as Claude Rafiki, age 29, pled guilty to 3 counts of reckless driving resulting in death. Police had initially suspected Rafiki of driving under the influence after an unsatisfactory field sobriety test, but His toxicology reports come back as negative, except for licensed medication. Rafiki stated that he was driving on the wrong side of the road due to windy conditions. However, after hearing his plea, the judge sentenced him to the maximum penalty of 4 to 10 years in prison. Just hours before the tragic attack at the Manchester Arena in 2017, CCTV footage shows the suspect, Salman Abedi, shopping at a local convenience store.
Looking at that CCTV, it's the same guy that's been in the shop several times in the past. He looks exactly like the guy that they're saying that has done the bombings. His eyes stand out so much from the guy that we recognise from the past. It makes me feel quite scared, really, especially being as we're all so close in this shop. We're like a small family. We all get along, all our regular customers, especially the customers that live in the same building where he could be making this bomb.
The store clerk who provided the footage mentioned that Salman was a regular customer, and on this particular visit, he purchased tuna, almonds, cleaning products, and air freshener. What makes this so haunting is that Salman appeared to be engaging in a completely ordinary activity. His shopping list was unremarkable, and the clerk, who had spoken to him many times, had no indication of what he was capable of. Yet, just hours after this footage was captured, he would be responsible for the deaths of 22 innocent people at the Manchester Arena. This video shows a man looking at luggage tags at the airport, likely to identify which one is his. However, as he's checking the tags, his headphones fall off into the carousel. A nearby woman then grabs them, puts them on her neck, and just strolls away with them, all while the poor man just looks around frantically. That is some highly opportunistic theft, especially from an older, well-dressed woman who appears far from the usual suspects.
You often don't need to go far from your home to find an absolute horror. While cleaning his pool, this man encounters something. We don't know what's going on. Not really. The clip shows him frozen in place, not moving, or perhaps unable to. However, on the right side of the screen, you can see a black, inhuman-looking figure walking closer to the camera. The man is frozen, paralyzed as a girl comes up to him. The comments claim he was suffering from a seizure, which is likely, but what was that figure walking up? Right before, what happened in the pool when he jolted the net out? The simplest explanation is expected, but some things aren't meant to be really explained.
What the f***? There? Oh my god! What the f***? Oh my god! No way! Oh my god, are you serious? Why are you doing that? Why are you attacking us?
Connected to rider support. This call may be recorded for quality assurance.
Oh my god. Holy sh**!
This group of women records the scary moment when their driverless vehicle is being ambushed by a mob in San Francisco. The ladies are audibly terrified as a bunch of young thugs spray paint the body of the car and throw things at it. The most diabolical of all, they do this with such menacing grins. Kinda reminds you of that movie The Purge.
Hi, we're getting attacked?
Yeah,
there's people spray painting the car and they're throwing things at it and now running away.
Are you guys okay? How do you need
No, we're not okay. We need, they're like hitting us with stuff.
Hit the car.
Yeah, so just to set expectation that a member of our event response team may join us to assist you with the next steps. But for the meantime, we'll go ahead and call 911 for you right away.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Please? Yeah, what should we do?
I'll be on silent hold for a minute, but I'm contacting 911 now to help us with the situation. And please assure that the doors are locked and you are safe inside this car.
Oh, it's trying to drive away.
Yeah, it's trying to drive away. How do we...
It's trying to move you.
Yeah.
The situation is made even more distressing when the girls try to call for help and are attended by a very unfilling customer service.
Oh my god, what?
This video was recorded during a terrible accident on the Beijing subway. In the recording, we can see people feeling nervous and the electricity has gone out, leaving them in the dark and having to illuminate themselves with their mobile phone flashlights. What happened is that one train car hit another train car due to weather conditions. It's estimated that 515 people were hospitalized and another 100 suffered broken bones.
Look at that shit. And I'm about to come back and put Free Palestine too. The Free Palestine, bitch. Look, what you looking at? You know damn well there's a genocide. You know there's a genocide. Now stop it. I'm taking this shit down. I believe this one. Take this one down right here. What are they gonna do? They can't do nothing. I don't stand for it. I don't stand for it. I don't stand for this. There's genocide, and I don't stand for Zionism. And Montclair, I don't support it. There's a genocide. You know that, right? They're killing children. What's the purpose? Be proud of your heritage. Y'all understand there's a genocide, right? You understand, right? There's nothing against people who are Jewish, but this is not okay.
People getting flags incorrect is such a common issue that it's almost its own internet subgenre at this point. In this case, a young woman triggered by the ongoing conflict between Gaza and Israel has decided to remove some offensive Israeli flags from a local restaurant. She even confronts several of the workers, reminding them that they are, as she puts it, supporting genocide.
Who's this?
This is Greeky.
What? Really?
Greeky.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Israel. My bad. Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad.
Well,
look, it looked like Israel.
It's really not.
Okay, well, you want it back? Well, I did it already.
It's just not okay.
The only problem is that the restaurant is Greek, and they are, as you might expect, flying a Greek flag, which, aside from the colors, has little in common with Israel.
Chasing TikTok trends for clout used to mean doing a dance on camera. Now it means weaving in and out of traffic at over 100 miles per hour. This disturbing development is portrayed in this harrowing footage posted by Gardopolis 2, which shows a person driving recklessly, almost losing control and almost losing their life for it. When a car suddenly changes lanes in front of him, the driver has to swerve out of the way at the last second, almost driving headfirst into a lane divider at high speed. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but the situation had the potential to be much, much worse.
McDonald's workers have seen many surreal things, but this one takes it to another level. A customer captured a video showing a truck engulfed in flames in the McDonald's parking lot. The truck is completely on fire. Seconds later, the truck explodes and chaos emerges. In this pub's CCTV footage, it's a bit tricky to see what's happening at first, but Conor McGregor, usually known for his exploits in the UFC ring, is the main character. The video starts with McGregor offering his brand of whiskey to an elderly man who politely refuses. Not taking the refusal well, McGregor quickly escalates the situation by throwing a punch at the unfazed man. The elderly man remains seated, barely reacting, while the bar springs into action with staff pulling McGregor away. This robber duo gets a mark for creativity, but unfortunately, zero for effectivity. Wearing Guy Fawkes masks, this pair is caught on CCTV trying to blow up an ATM with an enormous pink balloon. Looks like someone watched V for Vendetta and got inspired to emulate its pivotal explosive moment. However, the plan blows up in their face because the blast isn't strong enough to destroy the cash point. It managed to shatter the front door, but a few seconds later, the burglars scurry away so quickly upon realizing they weren't getting any cash.
Might video someone's death. You realize this, right?
I know.
This is how you die at the Grand Canyon.
You know what? I'm a risk taker. But not even I do that shit. You know what I mean? It's just...
They went on top of that thing right there.
What?
I'm telling you, you can't climb that. That's bigger than you think it is.
That big rock?
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy...
This guy's gonna die. Oh, let's jump. I can get up there. I have a really big...
Are you even allowed to do that?
What's he doing?
Here's another video that demonstrates why a dozen people fall to the deaths at the Grand Canyon every year. Luckily, the two young men in this clip were not part of that statistic, but they were certainly living on the edge. One guy makes his way across the canyon's edge while onlookers wonder how the boys got down there in the first place and whether they'll make it out alive.
I'm thinking that's not really a good idea.
I'm thinking that's like the worst idea of the century.
That's what we said. What is he doing? He's going to try to grab onto that tree to pull himself up there? Is he an idiot?
Yes, that's what he's going to do. He's taking his coat off. Oh my God, he's going to die.
He is going to do it, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Oh my God! I see somebody getting arrested in the really near future.
I see.
When the young daredevil comes to a gap on the rocks, he takes a death-defying leap. Thankfully, this kid has mountain goat blood, but as the woman watching predicts, he could soon have a criminal record too. After losing custody of her daughter to her ex-partner, the woman captured in this footage must have felt at a loose end. Deciding that her best course of action was to drive her car into her ex's newly purchased home, she must have thought it would teach him a lesson. In reality, it only proved that the court has the right to award custody of their child to him and not her. This footage from Ontario shows some men driving up to a movie theater and walking in with a bucket full of something unknown. The men then head directly to the lobby, where they place the bucket down and throw some flaming objects at it, causing it to erupt in flames. The suspects then ran back to the vehicle and pulled away. Nobody is sure what could have possibly spurred this attack, but fortunately, the building sprinkler system was activated to extinguish the fire, and none of the movie theater were injured.
People do crazy things on the roads. It's high stress depending on what's happening. When people are pissed off, they're more likely to try to leverage the size and strength of their car against you. This clip captures the moment as a road rager gets angry, deciding to tail and harass someone who wouldn't let them get around. At one point, the driver makes his way up next to the person filming them, shouting obscenities and threatening him to stop the car. The driver knows better than to stop, knowing other people's stories of being surprised by a concealed weapon in the aggressor's car. Luckily for this clip, however, the driver behind him is angry and stupid, and instead of parking his car when he gets out to give the driver a piece of his mind, he puts it in reverse. This sends the car careening down the road and the driver has to run back. All of this commotion allows the driver to escape somewhere far away from their would-be assailant. The scene is more likely to appear in a Tarantino movie rather than in real life. The video was taken by the dash cam of a taxi driver and shows how an attempted robbery ended with scared robbers by the taxi drivers. The video shows how two men enter the taxi and point a gun at the driver, telling him to give them all of his money. The driver, who has no fear at all, starts driving in a rather scary way and it works. The two men start freaking out and screaming, begging the driver to stop. The driver has no mercy for them and keeps scaring them with the ride when all of a sudden the two men jump out of the car and the driver starts chasing them. The video ends with two thieves without their mission accomplished, but probably with a lesson learned.
It's rare that you see a video that makes you want to scream and run away as much as this one. At first, you simply see a Russian man rolling something out of the water. However, moments later, it becomes clear that what he's found is actually a sea mine. These are essentially traps set for boats and they're loaded with dynamite. Despite the fact that this thing could still go off at any time, bystanders simply stand there and watch him struggle with it. Some other guys even go to help him. Let's hope the cameraman had the good sense to run after he stopped filming. While we're on the subject of total pieces of, here's a literal one for you. This lady is letting her dog poop in her neighbor's yard, but seeing as she has no intent to clean it up, she realizes that there is a camera watching her and covering her face. If you own a home, you know that scenes like this are pretty much a daily occurrence. Unfortunately, public shame is the only real weapon we have.
What possesses someone to be a bully? At first, this seemingly harmless footage posted by Reddit user I Am Not Borat is just a typical one-wheel fan riding their motorized board along the quiet street. Then from out of nowhere, a gang of bikers rides past laughing at them. The one-wheel rider seems unfazed until the final biker rides alongside them and kicks them off balance, sending them tumbling to the asphalt. The sheer lack of consideration for this person's safety is disturbing, but they don't seem to have been seriously injured.
Many of us have had disputes with our neighbors, and this one crossed all boundaries of normal neighborly disagreements and ended in a fatal shooting. Let's rewind to understand what happened. Police were called to the scene, and body cam footage captured the initial interactions between the officers, Owens and Lawrence.
What's going on this evening?
Lots of children screaming their full heads off, running around. I had my truck parked in front here, so I didn't have to listen to the screaming and yelling. As soon as I moved the truck, the kids are coming up. I'm like, guys, stop. They know they're not supposed to be over here.
Ike Owens, a mother of 4, and Suzanne Louise Lawrence were neighbors with a history of tension. Lawrence had frequently complained about Owens' children playing near her property, viewing their presence as a disturbance. On the day of the incident, tensions escalated. Lawrence accused Owens' children of trespassing and making noise close to her home. She confronted the children and reportedly threw an object at them. This action infuriated her further. Angered by Lawrence's behavior towards her children, Owens went to Lawrence's house to discuss the situation, as any concerned neighbor would.
I said, go wherever you live. Listen, you're not that loud. His mother comes over here. If you treat my son like that again, I'm going to rip your ass out and go beat you up.
What's going on, y'all?
That's the mom that went over there and spoke to her.
Okay. I did up. Y'all on school break yet?
Yeah.
When'd that start?
Like a week ago.
What?
Yeah.
I know some people aren't starting until tomorrow.
Yeah, you guys got some stuff to do.
Yeah. Oh, we got dog duty over here.
Wait, hold on.
Oh my God, did you? I'm so sorry.
So close.
I'm thank God.
Usually happens every shift, so.
My shoes right there, bro.
I know, I gotta pick it up.
Okay. So,
Now we're clear.
were you the guys that this lady was mad about?
Yes, and I just want to say that every time, like even
Hey,
if we're not.
hold on. Let's bring it down.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Every time, even if we're not on her property and we're just like being loud and playing basketball over there because there's a basketball hoop.
I got you.
Like she just calls us names.
Okay.
Yeah, like literally all the kids, because that's an open spot right there.
Yeah.
All that is not her property.
I got
The
you.
guy that I was just telling this officer right here, this guy has said numerous times, y'all come over here and play, because they all like to play football and stuff.
Okay.
So she's okay with it, and that's where they mainly are. They're more on his side.
Whose mom are you? Any of them?
Well, they're all mine. I'm saying no.
Hey.
My kids aren't really here, but they're always outside playing with them.
There is still someone with a gun.
She's inside.
Okay.
Where?
Yes,
Roll.
Where? Ex-military. She's in that house, bro. That apartment. Right here. This first apartment. Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! This is the Marion County Sheriff's Office, come outside with your hands up! Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Turn around! Turn around! Where's your gun at? You got hands? You got hands? You're going to be detained. Is there anybody else in the house?
There's somebody else in the house. Can I just get my
No,
father?
no, not right now.
All right.
You're not under arrest. You're being detained.
Okay, I understand.
Come over here.
Wait, can close the door? I have two cats inside.
Hold
I
on.
don't want the cats to run out.
Unfortunately, the situation took a tragic turn. Lawrence, from inside her home, shot Owens through the door. Owens was unarmed and had simply approached to resolve the ongoing issues. The incident led to charges against Lawrence, sparking discussion about self-defense, neighborhood disputes, and the role of law enforcement in de-escalating such conflicts.
Cumberland police arrived to this gas station after receiving a call that an intoxicated man was outside of the establishment offering alcohol to random customers. The man had already been subject to a welfare check earlier in the day, and this incident, combined with the clear intoxication, meant that he was in no state to drive. But instead of dealing with the police, the man decides to try and flee, which takes the police away from the gas station into a chase, which ends up with him crashing his vehicle into a lake.
Okay, I'm gonna have you turn the car off. What? Your headlights are on. You shut those off too. And hand me the keys.
For what?
Because plates don't match the vehicle. The vehicle hasn't been registered since 2019. Why are you driving it? You said you have a Jaguar.
I do have a Jaguar.
Well, why aren't you driving that?
Because there's no brakes.
Then you probably shouldn't be driving.
I'm gonna go peacefully. As soon as you do anything, I'm gone.
323, can you park behind him? He is threatening to flee.
Can you hear me?
Ruben!
Don't fucking find it. I'm not going to prison. Yeah, you will.
Okay, we don't want to stand out here, but we're not angry. We're not gonna get angry. This whole situation is so recoverable.
It's not recoverable.
It is. I promise you it is.
Okay, what about your back pockets? Can you turn around and face away from me?
Deep down in my heart, I'm ethnocentric, which means I think my race is the superior one.
Oh,
No, let me finish.
Hey, look. So, white is better than all.
No, let me finish.
Go ahead. Hey.
I think everybody thinks that. They're just not honest about
Hey,
it.
I'm not racist though. I like all types of colors.
Did I say I don't like people?
People only think that.
Wait, so you said you are what? You are racist?
You saying you're like,
I think everybody's a racist at that level.
No, you said you are racist.
To say Texas doesn't have a great history when it comes to race relations is a bit of an understatement, but this teacher is taking things to a whole new level while on camera. After stating that he's ethnocentric, which he improperly defines as meaning that he thinks his race is the superior one, he admits that he is not only racist, but thinks that everyone else is as well.
So you're racist. I think I slightly tell you to stop speaking.
Put your phone up.
I respect you for a while, but like
I'm putting
now,
your phone up.
I don't even got no more respect for you.
Put it up.
Yeah, for real. I don't think I got respect for him no more, bro.
The fact that he explains this fact so calmly while being filmed is truly baffling. The fact that he was only placed on leave is even more so. A camera from a lake in Timor, Hungary, captured the insane moment when a police boat backflipped and ended up underwater. The captain failed to slow down or notice the steel cable used for a ferry crossing, which resulted in a scene that looked straight out of a cartoon. Thankfully, the captain managed to escape and the boat was later recovered from the bottom of a lake. Zara Alina, 35, a fresh law graduate working at the Royal Courts of Justice, was finally hitting her stride in life. Friends described her as the happiest she had ever been. But on the night of June 26, 2022, while walking home after a night out at a bar on Ilford High Street, her promising life was brutally cut short. That same night, Jordan McSweeney, a criminal with a history of violence, was thrown out of another bar for harassing staff and began roaming the streets. With 28 convictions for 69 offenses, McSweeney had been released from prison on probation just 9 days earlier. Authorities had tried to revoke his probation 2 days prior due to his failure to meet his probation officers, but their attempts came too late. Reports indicate that McSweeney approached several women that night, all of whom rejected him, before he encountered Zara. Surveillance footage captures his erratic and threatening behavior as he prowled the streets just before targeting her. McSweeney attacked Zara, dragging her into a driveway where he violently kicked and stomped on her before sexually assaulting her. Zara was later found with severe injuries and succumbed to them at the hospital.
Zara Alina was just 35 years of age. She has been described by her family as a joy, a beloved human being, a friend, niece, cousin, granddaughter and friend to all. She was attacked while walking alone on a residential street. She had every right to be there. She had every right to feel safe. But instead, she was the victim of shocking violence. We are working tirelessly alongside communities and our partners to make sure women can feel safer and crucially safer in our city. Jordan McSweeney has pleaded guilty today to the most serious offences. He is clearly a very dangerous individual, and his guilty plea today means that he is certain to serve a considerable period of time behind bars.
McSweeney was sentenced to 38 years in prison.
Guys, this is why you don't date a f***ing psychopath. You want to see what I came home to from work? Here you go. TV one, my mirror broken, there's gasoline poured everywhere. I mean, everywhere.
There's no telling what a person might do when a relationship goes south. This woman found out the hard way when she returned home to find that her house had been trashed and gasoline had been poured all over the place. The culprit? Her ex-boyfriend, of course.
Threw the couches outside, poured gasoline everywhere, destroyed both TVs. My couches are in the front yard.
Let's hope she managed to get out of that situation ASAP.
We're lucky to have dash cams in our lives. Every time a new clip of something insane happening on the road surfaces, a new wave of people install them in their car. And that's for the best, because these dangerous sorts of situations happen all the time. This driver catches a perilous encounter with a motorist as they aggressively cut him off in traffic. He attempts, multiple times, to get around and away from them, but they won't let him go. Suddenly, the motorcyclists gang up on the man, driving into his car and attempting to remove him from the vehicle.
Huh? Sorry, no, sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Thankfully, the driver drives away quickly enough to get himself to safety, but even just a few moments more and it could have ended in disaster. Road rage is a killer. It's best to find an exit if possible.
Just when you think you've seen enough of people taking advantage of the elderly, here comes another heartbreaker. This time, it happened in a place as sacred as a church. Yes, you heard me right. 2 young women went to church and robbed an older woman by pretending to pray with her. They used prayers and company to distract her and steal from her. It's truly sad to think that the woman was alone and must have felt comforted by the company of these young ladies, only to be deceived and robbed. The whole scenario is just another unfortunate example of trust being broken in the most unexpected places. In a bizarre turn of events, a former traffic cop turned cult leader claiming to be the reincarnation of Jesus was nabbed by Russian authorities in a dramatic operation. Sergei Torop, or Vissarion as he's known among his devoted followers, has been running his sect nestled deep in Siberia for the past 3 decades.
Сейчас можно будет смело сказать, что 80% населения Земли имеют серьезное психическое отклонение. Но эти люди имеют оружие на руках, а это растет дальше.
Helicopters and masked officers swooped down on their isolated communities, putting an end to their peculiar blend of religious fervor and environmentalism. Torop, with his flowing gray hair and beard, was escorted away, along with 2 of his closest aides. This cult wasn't your run-of-the-mill Sunday service group. They had some pretty peculiar rules. Veganism was a must. Monetary exchange was a no-go inside their commune, and they even swapped out Christmas for a birthday celebration on January 14th, Vissarion's big day. But it seems their leader's divine intervention ran out when Russian authorities decided to crash their party. Now, the fate of their followers hangs in the balance. It's like the ultimate game of spiritual musical chairs, except this time, someone's actually getting arrested. Hey, look, instant karma. That's our favorite type of karma here. This video shows a couple who are attempting to pull their car out of a mess of mud and clay. Just then, a truck comes speeding around the corner.
Nossa senhora!
Eu não acredito!
Putz, viu? Nossa senhora!
Ai, do Cordeiro, meu pai! Meu Deus do céu! Ai, Jesus! Oh, meu Deus!
Puta que pariu!
Ai, gente!
Mas deu bom que não tombou ainda.
Amanhã não vem, não. Será que ele tá bem, gente? O homem não sai do carro. Não, amanhã eu não venho, não, Silvana.
The person first hits the parked car, which is bad enough. However, despite clearly attempting to demonstrate their off-roading skills, they promptly drive off the road and into a cow pasture, where the truck tumbles a few times before coming to a complete stop. Congratulations, you are now part of the herd. I guess this should be funny, but it's actually pretty sad. This teacher was driven to the breaking point and had a chair thrown at his head. I don't know what these kids did, but the teacher lost it to the point where he threw a chair too. I guess the kids passed their madness to the teacher, but he couldn't escape. Even though, if you listen closely, there's a kid saying, "That shit's not funny, boy." And then he took a chair off a desk.
That shit not funny, boy.
I'm glad there seemed to be at least one good kid in there. So, not everything's lost. To think that if it wasn't for surveillance cameras, we'd miss out on amazing videos like this. Here's a guy working at a clothing store that has the worst filing system in existence. A few hundred stacked plastic crates. When the man goes to sit down and help a customer, he bumps the nearest stack, causing a massive chain reaction that sends thousands of products crashing to the floor like dominoes. Hopefully, this incident will make them reconsider investing in some decent storage.
Terror can be way more real too. You don't need to be surrounded by supernatural feelings to feel fear. This clip captures some of that absolute everyday horror. Driving on a dark highway, this driver caught a horrifying scene on his dash cam. Suddenly, without warning, a car on the overpass loses control and flies off the side. It careens down onto the road below, smashing against the concrete. The driver stops, swerves, and gets out of the way in time. If just a moment more had passed or he was moving a little quicker, maybe things wouldn't have been so lucky. It's always good to keep your eyes peeled, just in case.
People usually steal things of value, but this neighbor went overboard when she decided to take lawn decorations. I mean, why would she do that? It's clear she didn't know that she was being recorded, and I bet she was really embarrassed when she got caught. This next footage was also captured at a supermarket, this time in a Walmart in Georgia. It begins with an officer reviewing CCTV footage in response to complaints of a creep who had allegedly been touching people and taking upskirt photos. When the footage confirms their allegations, the officer rushes into the store to catch the suspect. They soon spot 33-year-old Gary Moultrie, a registered sex offender. But when Moultrie sees the officer, he takes off running.
Move. It's coming outside. General merchandise. Move.
No! Stop! 10th floor, he's running around the garden center. If I get someone else over here. Stop right there!
The officer chases Moultrie through the store to the garden center, and another officer helps to apprehend him, threatening to tase him and pepper spray him if he does not comply. Moultrie is soon taken away in handcuffs. According to the police, he had tried to break his phone to destroy the evidence, but there was more than enough to convict him on multiple charges. Mexico is a dangerous place, especially if you're not on your guard. This terrifying footage from Sonora shows two women being kidnapped in broad daylight. While filling up their tanks, heavily armed men simply walk up to the car and drag them out, placing them into a nearby truck. The gas station is crowded, but nobody makes a move to help. This is probably because they know Sonora is a drug cartel country, and those are not the sorts of enemies you want to make. The video shows a confession made in December 2019, but the heinous crime occurred more than 4 decades earlier. Helene Prozinski was a promising senior at Wheaton College in Norton, Massachusetts. She dreamed of becoming a journalist, and during her winter break in 1980, she took an internship at a local radio station in Denver, Colorado. At the same time, a former sex offender, Curtis Allen White, was living in the area. Curtis had raped a woman at knife point in 1975 in Arkansas and was convicted. Released on parole in 1979, he moved to Denver to stay with a former counselor who wanted to help him with his problems. Unfortunately, this placed him in the same zip code as a talented young reporter. Helene routinely took a bus after work, arriving home shortly before 7 p.m. But on January 16, 1980, she never made it to the bus. Her aunt and uncle, worried when she didn't return, filed a missing persons report at 10:30 p.m. Tragically, Helene's body was found the next morning. Her hands were tied behind her back, and she had been raped and stabbed 9 times. Her family lived with the pain of her death, knowing her killer was still free. In the 1980s, forensic technology was limited. Although semen was recovered, DNA analysis was not yet advanced enough to identify the perpetrator. Fast forward 40 years, improved DNA technology linked evidence from the crime scene to James Curtis Clanton, formerly Curtis Allen White. He was the man who had kidnapped, raped, and murdered Helene all those years ago. Here, captured on body camera, is his confession.
I mean, this is just me wondering, do you think that you're as close to your daughter, or that you have the bond that you have with your daughter because of this, that you are overprotective because you see what can happen?
I raised my daughter because of the opposite of the way I was raised.
Right. You were talking about that earlier. We said we could talk more about that on the plane if you want. You said you had a very, very bad... You mentioned something about the serial killer. You want to tell Mike and Attila what you were telling me about the similarities?
My mother didn't claim me or my brother. Well, my mother's husband didn't claim me or my brother. And his brother couldn't have kids, so he took me and my brother and a woman named Leona that he was married to. And he took us when we were just babies. ended up in Bartow because Leona's had family there, and we were staying in one of their apartment thingies. And I think I was 4 or 5. They split up. Me and my brother stayed with Leona, and Dad went to Sallisaw, Oklahoma. And my stepmother, who's with my dad, which is my uncle by blood, and then Leona and Leslie, they kind of swapped wives.
That was in Florida, right?
Yeah. Leslie stayed in Florida with Leona, and Merle went with Dad to Oklahoma. But it wasn't very long after that, and I have no idea how long, but Merle put us in a foster home. And I take it that Dad said he would come back and get us, and didn't do it. So she put us in a foster home. Lakeland. They had a teenage boy who was a pervert, pedophile. And Dad finally came and got us and took us to Oklahoma. And I stayed there until I started running away from home, and I was always trying to get back to Leona and Bartow. I made it one time, and she turned me in and told me that she wasn't really my mother. I thought she was my mother all this time, because I never knew my own mother, never even seen a picture of her. But then she told me she wasn't my real mother, so I never went back there again. When I was 8 years old, I started with insects and putting them in red ant piles, and went up to amphibians and went up to small animals. And when I was 8 years old, I hung a cat in a tree and beat it to death with a tree limb. Couldn't understand why. Where's a kid that old get that kind of rage? And that rage has always stayed with me. I mean, I think every time something hurts me so bad that I can't deal with it, and I learned anger covers up pain. And that was pretty much the basis of everything I've ever done. I was just mad all the time. Take a break?
Absolutely.
Curtis Clayton has since been sentenced to life in prison. Okay, no idea what this random guy is thinking, but I'd be interested to hear it. Video footage shows several cop cars attempting to pull over a small red vehicle, which seems reluctant to come to a complete stop. It's at this point that a random pedestrian walks up to the car and decides to have a conversation with the passenger. The two trade words as best they can over the sound of the wailing sirens. However, the guy must have said something wrong because the car continues to crawl down the street away from their inevitable arrest. Okay, so this might be the weirdest neighbor you could have. A tiger.
No. Get the back inside. I don't know who the this is. Get the back inside.
Can you imagine? Well, in Houston, a neighbor illegally kept a pet tiger that got loose. The neighbors were absolutely terrified, and I get it. Having a cat is one thing. Having a tiger is something else entirely.
Luckily, sometimes nature is on our side. As caught by CCTV, this young girl was being approached by a suspicious-looking car. It pulls up beside her. We can't see the people in the car, but we can see the immediate hesitation and fear in the girl as she backs away from the vehicle suddenly. Just as she backs away, a dog comes up behind her. The dog begins barking, immediately aggressive towards the vehicle. He's small but enough to put the would-be assailants off their target. The vehicle suddenly drives away. Spooked by the dog, perhaps, or maybe the unwanted attention a yappy dog might bring to the situation. One way or another they leave, and the girl is safe from what could have been a very morbid fate. All of this thanks to a stray terrier on the street. Man's best friend for sure. In September of 23, a man was caught on the Walmart security cameras touching, without consent, other female customers. The body cam starts with the staff showing officers the CCTV. Later on, they go to arrest the customer, but the suspect decides to take off running. The officer starts running trying to stop him, but the man manages to escape and yells that his daughter's right in the corner and that she needs help.
Before we could get to him, and then today, he just walked in. He just walked in.
Oh, he's taking pictures of her.
Yeah, he's taking pictures of her skirt.
All right, yeah.
He's done.
Let's go. Let's go.
Move. It's coming outside. General merchandise. Move.
106 radio, DFS. Subject was seen going on foot.
10-4.
I've got him at the garden center. Stop! Stop! Stop!
My daughter is like right there, and she needs some help. Now.
Glasses, black shirt, camo pants, black shoes.
He's running back the other way.
All right, he's going back into Walmart. No! Stop!
My daughter needs some help, man. You're not listening.
10-4, he's running around the garden center. If I get someone else over here. Stop right there!
My daughter is in trouble.
They tase him and finally catch him to get him to cooperate and put handcuffs on him, but Gary slams his phone into the ground, possibly trying to delete evidence. The suspect is Gary Moultrie and was charged.
first glance, this seems like yet another person driving under the influence. However, after a few seconds, you realize that the real problem is that there is no driver at all.
Ese camión va solo, viejo. Ese camión va solo, weón. Oh,
Thanks to the concrete median, the truck seems to have no issue staying on the road. But whatever happens after it makes its way around that curve is anyone's guess. Let's just hope that everyone involved has great insurance.
That needs to be turned around. You almost set my house on fire.
Set your house on fire.
You that was reflecting the sunlight.
This woman was convinced her neighbor was trying to burn down her house. How? With a mirror. She has certainly earned the title of the craziest Karen, believing her house is being torched by a mirror. Unfazed, the neighbor confronts Karen.
You are the biggest nut jobs I have ever encountered in my life.
You come over when the sun's shining and you feel my sighting. It is hotter than hell.
You think that that mirror
Yes.
is going to set your house on fire?
Yes, I know it will.
Okay. This lady here thinks this mirror is going to set her house on fire over there.
And make sure that you tell them that it's the direct sunlight in the mornings, okay?
Okay, well, if you had came and asked me nicely, it wouldn't have been a problem. But when your husband comes over here and threatens to bust my property, then it's a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, is she really going to call the police to report that her neighbor is burning her house down with a mirror? Judge for yourself. Speaking of Karens entering freak-out mode, how about this woman who seems utterly furious at her neighbor's car? The video starts with her clubbing out the back window of the vehicle before returning to slash the tires.
Hey, how you doing? All right? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm just making sure. Do you need help with anything? Oh, good. Oh, okay, yeah. Just thought, like maybe you had some trouble with a neighbor or something.
She then speaks to the neighbor filming the incident from her balcony, as if it was just any old Tuesday. The craziest thing about these types of reactions is that you know she's gonna have to pay for it later. It's hard to figure out what other way destroying someone else's property could end. We've asked around and pretty much nobody can figure out what's happening in this video. It shows a man in a wetsuit walking along a very slippery surface. He then reaches into the water and pulls out a large black snake. The snake isn't very happy about this as it quickly turns to confront him. It's at this point that a giant Burmese python appears, apparently yelling the snake equivalent of "wee." As it slides down the platform, knocking both the other snake and the man into the water. If this is your job sucks, bro.
Sometimes nature is freakier than any man-made insanity. This anaconda found in Brazil is enough to haunt anyone's bad dreams. In the shallow, murky waters of the Amazon, we can see the monstrous outline of a creature that has grown well past its general species size. This guy looks like a prehistoric relic, something out of time and too big for this world. If you ever saw this in the wild, it would probably already be too late. Would you try to outrun a dinosaur? Probably not. So why would you even try with this one?
Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. This footage from Irving, Texas proves it. Apparently, a woman left her phone in the store and sent her friend to go get it. The store owner said the person herself should come back and pick it up as he didn't want to give it to a random person. This is how she responded.
They speak Jin, they don't speak Chinese, so she messing their stuff up.
She literally destroyed pretty much the entire store rather than go and get her friend. I feel really sorry for the people who had to clean up that mess, but I have a feeling it wasn't her. Sandra Bland was an African-American woman who became the subject of national attention following her death in police custody in July 2015. Bland was pulled over for a routine traffic stop by Texas State Trooper Brian Encina. The encounter escalated, which led to Bland's arrest. 3 days later, though, Sandra was found dead, hanging in her jail cell with a garbage bag around her neck. Surveillance from the jail shows an officer checking Sandra's cell and raising the alarm. Medical professionals arrived on site, but they could do nothing to save her. At first, police said that they would be treating the case just like a murder investigation, but an investigation found that Miss Bland had taken her own life. Bland's initial arrest was captured on dashcam footage, which showed a confrontation between her and Officer Encina. Bland was heard questioning the officer's actions and asserting her rights. She was forcibly removed from her vehicle and arrested. Sandra's family continued to raise doubts and call for further investigation into her death. This case highlighted issues of police misconduct, racial profiling, and the treatment of individuals with mental health issues within the criminal justice system.
Get your ass up. Come on, bitch. Come on. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here.
Of course, dogs can be problems in some cases, especially if they're abused or trained to hurt others. This footage shows a man walking up to his neighbor's house and ringing the doorbell when, suddenly, an angry dog comes around the corner and confronts him. Luckily, he's holding a brush used for cleaning snow off of his car.
This is, and man, y'all need to tie that goddamn dog up, man. You think I'm playing with y'all with this damn dog? Get that goddamn dog in the house, man.
He then confronts the neighbors for letting their violent dog run around out of control like that. Good thing he was able to act quickly.
Silver, get your ass in the house.
These three criminal masterminds were caught on camera stealing a safe in broad daylight. It had happened in the wealthy Chavoy Hills neighborhood in Los Angeles just after 9:30 a.m. on August 5th, 2024. After a bit of trouble opening the property's front gate, the brazen thieves loaded the large safe into the back of a waiting car before making their getaway.
Stay. Groucho, stay. Come here. Unmarked Kia. I hate to be racist, but they speak like people. I'm sorry. And it looks like they just broke this.
As of yet, it is unknown what was inside the safe and no arrests have been made.
We were just told that you were taking photos of us. Are you with them? Is there any way that we could see your camera roll?
No, that's okay.
Why can't we see your camera roll if you weren't taking pictures of us? Can we just see your camera roll real quick?
No,
Can you just pull out your camera roll?
I wasn't. No, don't worry about it.
If you weren't, then why can't you pull out your camera roll?
No, I'll get rid of it.
So it's really weird to take pictures of females in public without their permission,
Okay.
so you should never do that again.
The best way to deal with a creep with a camera? Confront them. Apparently, this man was taking photos of some young women in an airport. After being told about the incident, they walk up to him and ask to see his camera roll.
Yeah.
Imagine if
No,
they were a daughter or somebody
I know,
related to you.
I know.
So that's not okay. Just
Okay.
delete them.
Yeah, I will.
I'm asking you to delete them in front of me.
No, I will.
In front of me right now. You think I'm joking? Delete them in front of me
The
right now.
camera's not
I see you
working.
shake. I see the photos. No, I see them right there. No, I see the photos right there. Delete
Okay.
them.
All right.
Delete them.
Don't worry.
You see that, guys?
One.
Delete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now go in your trash bin.
No, that's my
Go
son.
in your trash bin.
The man immediately gets scared and starts to walk away. He also admits that he did take the photos and promises to delete them. However, these girls are really persistent, and they decide to actually watch the man as he deletes them, which he thankfully does. It's amazing what a little public shame can do to someone, huh?
Anybody recognize this man? This is somebody's
No, hey,
dad
hey.
that takes pictures of females in public.
No, don't worry
No,
about
I'll
it.
call you out. I'll call you out and need it, 'cause that's weird. Don't
Okay.
ever
Just
do
delete
that
them from
again.
your recently
I'm not.
deleted.
Don't
Come on.
ever do that again.
Okay.
Wouldn't you want to go if you were invited to check out a haunted space? This construction crew probably didn't have much of a choice. They got the job and showed up, but the man filming wasn't about to let the weird feeling go unnoticed. He walks around the construction site filming the dark space as he goes. He points out multiple times how cold pockets of space are before fixating on a single dark corridor.
Kitchen, like the kitchen area.
It is. They're real quiet about it. I will not go
Oh, it's cold right here. It's the other way. Hello? I'm not going up there. Definitely not going back there. Oh wow, it is really cold right here. What was that? Oh. I don't think it's happy we're here. Oh, no, holy.
There's an ominous low voice that numerous viewers can hear the supposed apparition. He looks up the stairs and he says he won't go up those stairs, asking why. And then again when he says it's cold in here, you can hear a distorted voice saying, "Get out." While this location was soon demolished afterward, you have to wonder, would that remove the ghost? Or let it out?
Basil's first beach experience. I don't know if she's feeling the ocean.
At this point of the video, we've talked about irresponsible parents. But what about pets? It's clear that some people should think twice before deciding to have a pet. This girl was peacefully walking her cat along the beach, introducing it to the sea, when suddenly she encountered an irresponsible owner.
It's fine. You're okay. Oh. Oh no. No. It's okay. No. No. Oh, okay. Oh. Basil. Basil, it's okay.
A dog appeared out of nowhere and the girl picked up her cat. She tried to stay calm, but the dog kept coming closer, and it wasn't even on a leash, putting the poor cat in danger.
You should put your dog on a leash. Hey! Can you get your dog, please? What the f? That's not cool. Can you put your dog on a leash? Hey! Basil! Can you put your dog on a leash? Get your dog! What the f? Get your dog!
The girl asked the owner to put the dog on a leash to protect her cat, but he ignored her. In the end, the girl lost her temper and started shouting, and understandably so, because a tragedy could have happened.
Most streamers in the IRL space deal with strange people out in public, but it's even worse for women. Jasmine is known for her chatting and cosplaying streams as an attractive woman on the internet. While out and about, a man approaches her on the street.
Okay. Hi. Okay. Okay, bye. I feel like I don't understand. He understands me. I don't get it. He's so no, whoa, man, stop. Yo, stop it. No, just don't touch it. Bye.
He refuses to take the hint as he repeatedly is told goodbye by the streamer who just wants to continue with her day. At one point, he reaches over, trying to cop a feel of her chest. She shuts it down quickly and the clip ends right as she's telling him off. This happens often to this streamer in particular. She attracts creepers regularly. She has stories of this behavior happening during other streams and even off camera, just an unfortunate side effect of the attention she gets and the career she maintains.
It's an elusive creature. Alright, just squat it down.
Do you believe in Bigfoot? Millions of people all across the country have claimed to see the ape-like cryptid in various places, everywhere from the Appalachians to the Pacific Northwest. This clip was caught during a train ride from Durango to Silverton as passengers cut through the San Juan National Forest in Colorado. The clip shows Bigfoot, a shaggy humanoid hybrid-looking creature, walking through the brush before sitting on a particularly flat rock. While the Park Services have claimed to be aware of this new Bigfoot evidence, they refuse to weigh in on it. Bigfoot is almost as fun as an unknowable cryptid. What do you think?
Yeah, let me see your camera, I'll do it.
Huh?
Cars and beers do not mix. However, we've never seen that principle demonstrated in quite this way before. The video shows a man attempting to open a beer in his car window.
Oh, man.
However, as literally anyone with a brain or a blood alcohol level below 0.03 would expect, the glass shatters. Truly the most pointless way to drop a few $100s.
Sometimes fast food restaurants are gonna get your order wrong. Humans make mistakes. Most people know that, but not the people in this clip posted by Home Capital 9250.
That's no reason to spit on anybody. And you're condoning that? No, yo no se lo voy a dar, que tal si me pegan. No, ma'am. I'm 30 years old. I'm not about to fight. We got this all on video. We're gonna call the cops. I got you.
It's not clear what went wrong with their order, but they felt slighted enough to spit on the workers, then trash whatever they could reach from the drive-thru window. This disturbing behavior isn't any way to act, especially towards any kind of retail or service worker. This police body cam footage shows an insane foot chase that happens at this Exxon gas station in Kennewick, Washington. Police had arrived on scene as there was a sleeping man inside of a parked vehicle by the gas pumps. Immediately after waking up, the man was confrontational, clearly unhappy with the heavy police presence.
Hello, Kennewick Police. Kennewick Police, wake up. Police. Hello, Kennewick Police. Hey, you alright, man? Fine. Okay. Well, you were passed out of the pump for a little bit. You want to go ahead and turn the car off?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. You're just going to take off?
I have to, bro.
Why?
Because I have somebody to.
No, just turn the car off right now.
No, sir.
Let's turn the car off.
No, don't.
Get out of the car.
Back up. Back up. Back up. I have.
The police asked the man to get out of the vehicle, but instead of doing so, he reaches to the passenger side of the car, presumably for a firearm. The man then exits the car, running away from police on foot. The officers follow suit, with the entire ordeal captured completely on body cam.
I have condition. Leave me alone. Fine. Get out of the car. Leave me alone.
On the ground. Get on the ground.
Get on the ground. Chase.
Northbound CCB.
I have a gun in my hand. What are you doing?
Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Drop the gun!
Drop the gun!
King 9 dispatch, he's got a gun! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Do not move!
Where's the gun at? Where's the gun?
Straight out!
Piano, with me!
All I wanted was what?
Check it out, baby. No, bro, where that money at, bro? Bro, where my money at, bro? Where that money at? What the y'all talking about? You stay staring at me, bro.
Please don't go. She's gonna send my boyfriend.
Bro, get my money back, bro. Stop being every last money out there. Bro, give me the money back, bro.
Come on, man.
Bro,
give us the fucking money. Give my boyfriend his money back. Because he's still pregnant. Oh my God.
Love makes you do crazy things. In this case, it makes you a vandalizer caught on tape throwing a tantrum over a pedicure. The man in this video thrashes a nail salon because he wants a $25 refund. It's unclear whether it was him or his girlfriend who was dissatisfied with the service, but the two sure are two peas in a pod.
The money! Y'all gonna give me my money back. Come on. Fuck his money. I need my shit back. We can go to another meal. Come on. Come on, give my money so I can go.
we ain't getting no money. Come on. Come on.
Okay, come on, go. Bye. Bye. Come on, let's go.
As the boyfriend hurls chairs and destroys displays, his girl can be heard stoking the flame by repeatedly asking for money back.
Happy birthday to you.
On your birthday, getting swept up in all the celebrations around you is easy. You might not 100% know what's happening because there's so much around you. This woman was singing along with their loved ones in front of a lit cake when her candles suddenly blew out from under her. The shock and surprise on her face were enough to know it wasn't just someone else in the room. Was it a trick of the light or a ghost? Could it have been something else entirely? That's the beauty of a scary clip on the internet. We may never know.
Happy birthday.
Here's something you don't see every day. A neighborhood argument escalating to the point of car chase and close calls. All captured on a bystander's video. The footage shows a bizarre scene where a heated exchange between a man in his car and a woman on the street takes a sudden and alarming turn. As the argument heats up, the man begins to drive in circles around the neighborhood, with the woman trying to reason with him from a distance. But in a crazy twist, the car speeds up and, unbelievably, heads straight for the woman. Miraculously, she manages to avoid serious injury even as the vehicle makes contact.
Oh, God, she done ran shot over, Sean. Oh.
What could have possibly led to this extreme reaction? Was it road rage taken to new heights, or something said in the heat of the moment that pushed the driver over the edge? Whatever the backstory, it's clear that tensions were running higher than usual.
מה זה? יש פה בטון. מה יש פה? זה לא משהו.
You know that neighbor of yours who is always cutting and nailing into the wall? Well, why not show them this? The footage features a man accidentally striking a water pipe, yet, for some reason, continuing to cut. This causes water to spray all over the home as his children scream. Finally, whoever the man is yelling at takes the hint and finds the main water valve, letting the family walk away with minimal damage.
Nature can be dangerous, cruel and unfeeling because it just happens to the world indiscriminately. This school's surveillance system for an elementary school in Andover, Kansas catches the moments as nature rips the earth apart. The wind suddenly picks up, tearing everything in its path. You can see trees whipping outside as gates and bike racks go flying. There's a good reason. If you're in an area that gets tornadoes, that they'll tell you to just seek shelter and cover your heads because there's almost nothing you can do against a storm of that magnitude. It tears the courtyard to shreds, leaving nothing but wreckage. In just seconds, the cafeteria area looks like a war zone. Windows are sucked out, glass shatters, and the world just succumbs to the storm for a moment. Obviously, this storm was evacuated. No students were in the building, and while the buildings in the area sustained substantial damage, it wasn't enough to harm anyone. Next time you hear about tornadoes, just know they're nothing to scoff at.
Joel Osteen is one of those American-style megachurch pastors who totally practices what he preaches. However, he's not the bad guy in this footage, which shows the moment a gunman entered the massive area-style church with her young son and began opening fire at parishioners. Surveillance footage shows her walking into the church with a gun hidden under a coat. But an officer quickly spotted the weapon, leading to a confrontation.
Hey, para acá. Para allá, vámonos para allá. Vámonos para allá.
Numerous shots were fired, and the woman claimed to have a bomb. Charges were eventually proven false. The saddest part was that her young son was injured in the confrontation.
The dangers of reckless driving should be obvious, but some people never learn. This clip posted by International Thai 914 shows exactly what can go wrong when traveling at a car's top speed for extended periods of time. Namely, the tires exploding, suddenly and violently. The footage cuts out after the driver loses control, but we get images of the aftermath at the end. Despite the entire front of the car being decimated, no one was seriously injured.
Yes, let me introduce myself. I'm a neighbor. Oh, yes. No, guys, quite all right. You look very young. I'm 81 years old and I live right down there, okay? And I have been here since the neighbors that you bought from had 2 dogs. And they would bark occasionally, okay? We live in Butler Township that has a dog barking ordinance. And I must tell you, I am tired of listening to that dog. Yes, you heard me correctly, and I'm 81 years old and I repeat it.
This Karen started knocking on her neighbor's door, immediately launching into a rude argument about the dog barking. She doesn't even care what her neighbors have to say. She just acts rudely and disrespectfully.
Barking. He started this morning at 5:33. He barked a few things, you took him in. Okay, it's got to stop. I will call Butler Township and I will file whatever papers are responsible or necessary. Because we're retired, we are there all the time. We've gone through summer and spring and fall with you, and apparently you have no consideration for the neighbors.
Definitely a terrible neighbor to have next door. Here's a road rage fit for the record books. The footage starts off with this disgusting man lobbing a giant loogie at the window of the person filming. Apparently, he had cut a few people off in traffic, and they had attempted to confront him. After returning to his car, he decides that the spit wasn't enough and jumps onto the top of the stranger's car, stopping his feet in an attempt to do as much damage as possible. At least they have a clear video of his face and his license plate.
CCTV footage is the ultimate no-context horror. It's just a stationary camera, catching events with no reaction. It's like being a voyeur on moments when you're not supposed to have seen. And this clip, more than any other, will leave you with a deeply unsettled feeling you just can't shake. The clip captures a horrifying moment as someone walks across the street, down unnaturally on all fours. The camera follows as they walk down another sidewalk and then through a breezeway. We don't know who they were or what caused them to move like that, much less if anyone else saw their horrific display and what it looked like at the moment. Maybe it was just someone doing a weird bit, but it feels like the kind of fear that horror movies are built on. Swimming in
These little girls have continued to incite a mob, and I've been harassed all day.
So she came up, did that, and then she touches me, or she does that, and then she says, "You're underage, you should probably hide that. If you think I'm underage, why are you touching a minor at all? Especially if you think I don't have underwear on."
Yeah, the logic wasn't there.
No.
Honestly, I was thinking she was a minor, and she should probably keep it covered because of the kids that were...
But also, a minor to minor is a lot different than an adult to a minor. It'd be worse if she was an adult, no?
Well, no.
It's clear that some people, often called Karens, can take things too far. And this case is especially startling. They often believe they can handle situations on their own when they think something inappropriate is happening. For example, this woman assaulted a teenager to protect other children from what she considered an inappropriate outfit. However, she didn't realize that her actions, which she thought were just, actually led to her arrest. Let's go back in time to understand what happened. A Utah woman named Ida Ann Lorenzo was arrested for assault after a confrontation in a restaurant with a young woman. A group of girls made a TikTok video that quickly went viral, in which they claimed Lorenzo, whom they labeled a Karen, pulled on the miniskirt of one of the girls and told her to cover up. Facing cyber harassment because of the video, the 48-year-old went to the St. George Police Department seeking help. She explained that she felt compelled to take action because children were present, and claimed that the customers at the steakhouse applauded her actions.
Are you Ida?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Good
to meet you. So, these little girls have continued to incite a mob, and I've been harassed all day. Not only did they took it down from St. George Post and her Facebook, but now she put it on Instagram, and now she put it on TikTok.
Okay.
No, remember you look at my Instagram account, and they've been harassing me all day. So I turn notifications off and everything, but they are trying to reach out to they're inciting someone that reaches out for personal information to people to get their personal information, or someone that is known to hunt people down.
Okay. FBI?
Not FBI, but someone that can, I don't know, how do you...
Your best legal defense is to reach out to them and say, do not contact me. The police have been notified. If you reach out to me again, that will be a crime. And if it's clear.
Okay.
And if they continue to message you, they can say, hello. They could say, ha ha, Class B misdemeanor. I can understand that things got blown out of proportion, and I can understand your standpoint from it, but I guess what do you want me to do?
Well, the post needs to come down, and they need to stop.
That's freedom of speech. There's no crime.
Not when
they can say whatever they want.
No, but they're reaching me at, all their little friends.
Have you told them to stop talking to you?
No, because...
Try that.
No, because then that is me instigating them.
But that's the only way that they can be harassing you. If you tell them to not contact you and then they contact you, then that's criminal.
Well,
if you don't say anything and you're engaging in it, then this is just a civil banter that the unfortunate thing is you're held to a little bit higher standard than that.
Oh, but then if I engage in a conversation, then that makes it appear like
you don't have to.
I am...
I'm just telling you, I can't do much. Legally, there is no... I can't tell them to stop posting anything.
However, the next day, the teens gave their version of events to the police.
So she came up, did that, and then she touches me, or she does that, and then she says, "You're underage, you should probably hide that. If you think I'm underage, why are you touching a minor at all? Especially if you think I don't have underwear on."
Yeah, the logic wasn't there.
No.
For me. No. That's why I was wondering when you mentioned that you thought she might be drinking, I thought there was a judgment issue maybe going on too.
Right.
And then she came back up a second time after Avery came up. Our other friend Avery, fun fact, same name, she was standing right next to her. And the second time she came up, she touched both their hips and squeezed them, pinched us, and said she was going to call Child Protective Services if she saw them. The rest was on video.
I saw the video, and I think 57,000 other people saw it too.
Yeah.
When the first time, so she never said anything, you turned around, when the first touch, was that just skirt or was that your body?
No, that was my body and my skirt.
After reviewing the security footage, the police asked Lorenzo to return for further questioning and then arrested her.
Okay, so I told you I'd do a full investigation if they came forward, right? So they came forward with their side of the story, I only had yours. After listening to everything, everything going on, I've talked to Sakura, I got some of their video, I've got the TikToks, I think most everybody in the city has that TikTok. And then we've got your statement, her statement, so I try to make it as unbiased and fair as I can, right? I do have some concerns from what I've been told by them. Obviously, some things you've also told to me, right? Even when we talk two wrongs don't make a right, when we're talking about that, I said, there's criminal behavior that's happened, regardless. And the other aspect was, if she was exposed and there was a lewdness aspect, would I investigate it? Absolutely. And that was the other claim, right? That was our two little things. The electronic communication harassment we've addressed. Everything that's come in now is going to be from who knows where. They even mentioned, like, I don't even live in the country, some of these text messages that you're getting. If anything comes in further, you're probably going to have to report that to Santa Clara where you live for the electronic side, because that's going to be now an internet-related crime. Typically with something like this where I don't have video, if I didn't have video footage, it'd probably be going a different route with this, because there's video footage and because of the claims made, and I have to protect victims. Today you're going to be placed under arrest for sexual battery. Okay? So that's the unfortunate side of all this.
You're arresting me?
Right now you are under arrest, okay? So you'll just face my sergeant and put your hands behind your back.
Don't reach any purse, please.
No, I was just trying to put that.
Just follow those instructions.
And just relax your hands, sir.
Now, let's see what Lorenzo had to say to the police, as captured on the police body cam footage.
Well, I mean, honestly, I was honestly thinking she was a minor, and she should probably keep it covered because of the kids that were...
But also, a minor to minor is a lot different than an adult to a minor. It'd be worse if she was an adult, no?
Well, no, I was looking at it from a mother's perspective. Like,
the clear lesson from this story is that you can't claim justice by assaulting other people, especially when it involves children. It makes absolutely no sense.
She is on her property, is what she's saying. And that's what she want to trespass her from.
From this property, yeah.
Okay, and he pointed a gun at you?
Yeah. When I turned down the road right there, I seen him. He was a black handgun.
Hold on, let me get
Where it come from, I have no idea.
Trailer parks don't have the best reputations. However, this man and his shenanigans take trailer trash to a whole new level. The footage starts with police speaking to a man who says one of his neighbors pointed a handgun at him. At this point, the officer comes and speaks to a man named James, who appears to be the subject of the complaint.
You pointed a pellet gun at somebody?
I ain't pointing a pellet gun at nobody yet.
Where's that? Where your pellet gun at?
I got it put up.
Where?
Right back there in my stuff.
Where your stuff?
Right back there where everything is.
You know you can't stay in the shed right here, don't you?
I got a kennel made out of that.
A who?
I already painted everything, making it look nice and everything, in this little hole right here.
What are you out here cussing and screaming about?
She's doing that, bro.
No, I heard you screaming, bro, when I pulled up.
Okay, it's me, always me, bro.
No, I heard you screaming when I pulled up. What's going on?
What y'all arrest me for, bro?
The what?
What y'all arresting me?
I'm talking to you right now. I might arrest you. I'm just trying to talk to you.
For real, G?
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to you. Tell me what's going on, man.
James says he doesn't have a gun, but that he is ready to use one if he has to. The man seems highly agitated and claims the neighbor is, in fact, harassing him.
Leave me alone, man.
So that you out here screaming and you can't be...
She does that goddamn whole cost
you got a pellet gun out here, where it's at?
You ain't getting my pellet gun out.
You ain't been pointing at nobody. If you pointing a pellet gun at somebody, you going to jail.
Legal, bro. I gotta kill rats with because they dogs. They killing my goddamn dogs. So what they just give up all my shit?
That's gonna get you killed. Well, it's gonna get you right here.
So you gonna take that from me too?
Turn around.
I just paid $100 for it.
Turn around.
Why?
You going to jail.
For what?
For pulling a damn pellet gun, pointing at somebody. And you out here screaming and making...
bro.
You out here screaming, making a racket, you going to jail.
I ain't done that, bro.
Turn around.
Come on, my dogs is right there, G.
Turn around.
Let me do my dogs first.
What you gonna do with your dog?
I'm gonna do something with them. I'm gonna find somebody to take care of them.
You got nobody to take care of?
No, I don't, G. I ain't got nobody to take care of my dogs, man. You know what I mean? I don't, bruh.
It's soon revealed that the gun is just a pellet gun. The officer then attempts to place the man under arrest for threatening his neighbor and public intoxication. The officer is also nice enough to let James put his dogs inside the house despite the man giving him problems the entire time.
Stay away from me. I'm telling you. I wish you a horrible death.
There's almost no barrier to entry into streaming. Anyone by any means can flow as long as they have a camera and an internet connection. However, this includes people who might need to turn the camera off occasionally. A Spanish streamer by the name of Corexa had been known to have some troubling thoughts, threatening to hurt himself. While streaming his day-to-day life, chatting with his viewers about his fears and paranoias, he claims people want to hurt him. Suddenly the man finds himself surrounded by a squad of officers.
¿Tiene una orden para meterse a mi casa? ¿Quién es usted? ¿Quién es usted? Weona, me van a matar. Se metieron a mi casa. No, weón, se me está hablando con alguien, está con alguien, no sé quién es. Y esa persona me quiere matar. Esa persona que viene con mi papá me quiere matar, me quiere encerrar. Pero esa persona no me va a dejar libre, me va a hacer daño. Pero esa persona que está con mi papá me quiere hacer daño. Me quiere matar. ¡Ah, conchetumare! ¡Ah! ¡Ah! ¿Qué tal? Llévenme a mi perra al veterinario, por favor. Llévenme a mi perra al veterinario. Déjenme ponerme pantalones, por favor. Párate. Ya, pero llévenme a mi perra al veterinario, por favor. Llévenla al veterinario. Por favor, mátenme lo que sea. Pero llévenla al veterinario. Llévenme a mi perra al veterinario. Por favor, por favor, les ruego, por favor, lleven a mi perra al veterinario, lo único que les ruego, háganme lo que quieran, pero llévenme al veterinario. Es una balines, está ahí abajo, está abajo el escritorio, balines, por la chucha, la compré en el mercado libre.
The officers pull the streamer off his bed. He's clearly scared by the intrusion, though he does not know why the officers invade his home. Our video feed cuts after just a little while because the camera falls, but we know that the reason he had the police called on him is, while streaming, he threatened to hurt himself with a gun that his parents presumed to be real. While they were wrong, the genuine fear for his life is what escalated things. He may not have been planning on hurting himself, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Hey, leave her alone!
Here's a terrifying video for you. It shows an 11-year-old girl in Los Angeles being approached by a creepy man who can be seen literally rushing across the street to catch up with her. Luckily, a neighbor is watching and shouts, "Leave her alone," just in time.
Hey, leave her alone!
Suddenly realizing he's being watched, the man turns around and walks away defiantly before getting in his car and driving away. It's a good thing this vigilant woman was on guard, because who knows what would have happened to this poor girl otherwise. By now, we know that lots of the clips we're seeing involve at least some amount of alcohol. After all, lots of people are afraid of flying and tend to have 1 or 20 drinks to relax. This person, however, didn't even get inside the airport. This took place at Russia's Kazan airport, where a drunk man plowed into the facility from outside, going through windows and doors while passengers looked on in a combination of horror and amusement. It It must have all seemed like a video game to the person who even managed to get back outside before being apprehended. Fortunately, his final score was 0 because nobody was hurt.
Imagine going about your day in a small town when all of a sudden a mysterious truck pulls up and a helicopter roars through the sky with a heavy machine gun in tow. That kind of experience would be unfathomable for many, but it's exactly what happened in this footage posted to Reddit by an unknown user. Once the machine gun rounds start flying, civilians flock to find shelter. Even a dog can be seen trying to find safe haven as the war rages on outside. A nightmarish situation.
Surveillance footage from inside a Youngstown apartment building in Ohio captured the devastating moment when a gas explosion occurred. Residents, including a mother and her 10-month-old son, can be seen evacuating the building as sirens sound just minutes before the blast.
A fire has been reported in the building. Please.
Like, I don't really see anybody evacuating. I don't really smell any smoke. I don't see any fire. So I was kind of like, well, maybe this is like a false alarm. As soon as we exit the building, we probably took a matter of 2 steps. And next thing you know, kaboom, like the building just explodes behind us.
According to reports, a gas line had accidentally been cut, and just 6 minutes later, the building was rocked by an almighty boom. Sadly, many people were unable to get out in time. 7 people were injured, and 1 person did not survive.
A fire has been reported in the building. Please.
This footage from a taxi shows a disgruntled young man getting into an argument with a driver.
Let me see the address. You talking about let you see the address? He didn't text it to me. He had it on his app. I didn't call you.
Let me see.
This isn't Uber, buddy. You getting me tight.
After jumping out of the moving car, the man opens first at him from behind. What's most disturbing about this one is just how calm the man seems to be before jumping out and shooting wildly at the car. Good thing he didn't do that while inside the car.
Me dispararon aquí.
When you get caught speeding, what do? If you answered throw a tantrum and get your lawyer involved, you're probably the woman in this clip hosted by Save All the Elephants. This nursing student didn't just speed through the neighborhood, she also completed a speed run from a speeding ticket to actually being arrested, and it doesn't look like her daddy or her lawyer will be able to help her out of this one.
Hi. You know why I'm stopping you?
No.
You know what the speed limits are? Because I've been trying to catch up to you since Seminole Boulevard.
I don't even know where.
Okay. So when you're on Seminole Boulevard, before you get to the triangle, then you go off to Madeira Beach, and then you go around, and then you made your right-hand turn here.
When I go over the bridge you're talking about?
Before that. So on Seminole Boulevard and 68th Avenue, you're doing 62 and a 45. And then you continued at a high rate of speed over the bridge, the Tom Stewart Causeway, the drawbridge there.
I use my cruise control over half the time, and I don't even understand right now. Like, if I was speeding, like, why wouldn't have you, like, if I was speeding all the way over there, which I wasn't, like, why wouldn't have you just pulled me over all the way back there?
Because I can't drive recklessly to put other people in danger. To put up with you. Can you please have a seat back in your vehicle for me, please? And then may I have your license, insurance, and registration, please?
Alright, I gotta call my dad. I'll talk to you later. No, I don't even understand. I've literally been home.
Okay, then have a seat back in the car so I can handle all of this.
Okay, so this officer just...
Have a seat in the car, please.
I'm on our... Can you just look at our... I will, just please.
Okay,
I'm just trying to...
I've asked you to do that 3 times now because this is a traffic stop.
I'm at my house. I told you to sit in the car.
Sit in the car, please. I've asked you multiple times.
Supervisor right now.
Sit in the car.
I'm not saying another word from you.
Put your hands behind your back.
He's detaining me right
Put your hands behind your back.
Ow!
Let go of your phone so it doesn't break.
My bag's literally... Yo, you pulled your body camera off. Guess what? You should turn it off because you literally pulled your body camera off on top of my...
Ma'am, because you were resisting, it knocked it off. And don't worry, my car camera recorded everything.
I don't understand what is happening. Like, I don't understand why she had to be so aggressive. I've never had any trouble with the law. Like, what is this?
Ma'am, I've explained it to you multiple times.
Okay, relax. I have 2 months left of nursing school, and now it's gonna be on my record. I won't even if I can continue school, I can't even take the NCLEX. I can never even work with
Why
it.
wouldn't you be able to take that?
Because if I have a misdemeanor or anything, they don't let me.
Look, back to the matter.
You can't be a medical.
Stop. And get yourself stirred up.
I am.
I know, but fact of the matter being, these things generally don't go anywhere, and they.
Jesus Cruz was 20 years old when this tragic incident occurred in 2021. Cruz had been drinking heavily and was completely intoxicated. Despite the well-known danger of driving under the influence, he got behind the wheel. What followed was both heartbreaking and enraging. He crashed into an apartment where a 16-year-old was sleeping, with a 12-year-old also present in the home. Here is Cruz being interrogated by the police.
It's really quick. What is your name, sir? Jesus. What's your last name, sir?
Do I have to answer this, bro?
Yes, sir. What's your last name?
Do I have to answer?
Yes, sir. At the moment, yes, sir.
I don't remember.
You don't remember your last name? No? Okay. How old are you? Do you know your date of birth?
December.
Do me a favor, just lean against the unit. Just lean against it right there. I don't want you to fall. Was there anyone else in the vehicle with you? It was just you? Okay. Right now we'll go ahead and check up on paramedics will check you up, okay? So what's your you don't remember your last name?
Cruz had so much alcohol in his system that he couldn't recall his birth date or address.
What's your date of birth? December what?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Where were you going to?
I was going home.
What's your address?
I don't remember.
You don't remember your address? Where were you coming from?
From home.
From home? And you were going home? So where's home?
It's that way.
That way? In San Juan?
Right now we have 1 now. 0 mil.
So what's your address in San Juan? Don't remember? So if you were going home, then where were you coming from? Is anything hurt?
The only detail he managed to remember was his name, but he slurred, swayed, and displayed all the typical signs of intoxication.
What's your name, man? Jesus. But what's your last name? Cruz. Sit down. I don't want you to fall. Sit down.
My throat hurts, bro. My throat hurts too much.
All right.
Unsurprisingly, Cruz failed the field sobriety test administered by officers. It was evident he wouldn't pass as soon as you saw him.
ambulance coming, man. Ambulance coming. Are you gonna look at the tip of my pen?
I'm looking at the tip of the pen. It just hurts.
All right. The ambulance is coming. Just keep your hands to your side. Look at the tip of my pen with your eyes.
I am, bro.
All right. Well, that's all I need you to do. Look at the tip of my pen. Follow it with your eyes only.
At one point, he grew frustrated with the officers during the interrogation.
My nose, my face, my back.
Okay.
Are you guys gonna help me? Or are you just gonna ask me what hurts?
We're asking. We want to know what. Find out what.
Oh.
Throughout, Cruz seemed oblivious to the gravity of his actions, more focused on leaving the scene than on the individuals he had harmed.
So what's the point of the law if, like, you guys are gonna take me against my will, you know?
I'm not taking you against your will.
So if I don't want to go, what are you guys gonna do? Arrest me?
Yes, you'll be placed under arrest.
Against my will?
No, for DWI. Driving while intoxicated.
Against my will?
No, you'll be placed under arrest for driving while intoxicated.
Alright, so if I don't get against my will, what are you guys gonna do then?
No, I'm telling you, you're being placed under arrest for driving while intoxicated.
As it is right now, you're under arrest for driving while intoxicated. Okay? Alright.
So you're gonna want to go to the hospital in the ambulance?
You guys are gonna take me regardless, right?
Yes, you're still gonna go to the hospital.
Yeah, take me to the hospital.
If I'm asking you, you want to go to the ambulance?
Yeah, take me to the hospital.
I'm asking you, you want to go to the ambulance?
Take me to the hospital. Yeah.
Tragically, the teenager died on the spot, while the 12-year-old sustained injuries. Cruz later pleaded guilty to DWI, driving while intoxicated, and was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
There you go. Double lock.
Yeah, what's your beautiful?
Yeah. Come on, right over here. Yes, sir. Here, right this way, man. Watch it. Just
I want to get more.
Right over here. There. Wait, I'm gonna go ahead and search your pocket. Do you have anything? You gonna poke me, stick me? All right.
Another day, another looting. This footage records a bunch of thugs in balaclavas attempting to break open the door of a 7-Eleven in Cali. A staff can be seen bravely holding the fort on his own, armed only with a metal bar.
Watch out. Oh, you sucked her in the face. Hey, throw a trash can at him.
Alas, this one man is no match for the rowdy mob who quickly flies into the store and takes whatever they want. Soon, they attract even more looters and things devolve into a free-for-all.
This footage from Anthem the Cat shows an absolutely massive python that seems to have just enjoyed a meal. The bulge in its belly could be anything from a pig to a goat. It seems like it's being contained or trapped, but there's no telling what else it could eat if it got loose.
The best thing about those giant cruise ships is that they're so big, you often forget that you're actually on the water. Well, in most cases anyway. This footage comes from Royal Caribbean's Explorer of the Seas, which got hit by a particularly strong gust of wind in November 2024. Footage shows passengers doing their best to walk and move as objects fall and break all around them.
Put your vessel up against this unexpected smoke. Sorry for the inconvenience. Or in under control, you're reducing the speed and try to put the vessel up against this wind is unexpected and it just hit us with unexpected forces. Sorry for the inconvenience. We will stay up the ships and continue.
Yeah, you should give your dog. Get the away from me! Their dog is
In a harrowing series of events captured by a doorbell camera, a neighborhood dispute takes a dangerous turn as a family is repeatedly harassed by their neighbor's aggressive dogs. The footage begins with a scene where one of the dogs attacks a woman right outside of her home.
Control them! That's you need to control your goddamn dog!
The situation escalates quickly as the video shows the same dog later breaking into her house and launching another attack. The indoor footage is particularly disturbing. It captures the moment the dog forcefully enters the home and goes after the woman again. Her screams and cries are heard, indicating a possibly serious bite, making the situation even more tense.
According to poster Training Beat 7600, they moved into an apartment that was built in 1912 after its previous tenant suddenly vacated the home. For most people, that would be a big red flag. After some disturbing events occur in the house, like the one shown in this clip, they went ahead and did a spirit box session. The result of that session was a voice that repeated the word fire over and over again. And further research showed that the basement of the apartment suffered a fire in 1965. Maybe it's time to check the terms of that lease.
It's fucking moving. Look. It's my hand.
I'm filming too.
For those of us who can't afford a boat, watching someone be this reckless with their aquatic vehicles is basically torture. Apparently, this guy thought it would be a good idea to hold on to the truck bed as the boat is towed out of the water. Apparently, they were lacking the necessary straps and tools to hold the boat in place, and this guy just figured, well, I could do it. His reward is a nuts-first landing onto the front of the boat trailer.
On top of that, his boat gets dropped into the concrete. Even if it isn't damaged, it's going to be a real pain to try to load it up now.
Most people wouldn't need an incentive to stay away from a hornet's nest, let alone one that contains a giant hornet. But this clip submitted by Reddit user Cinerest warns viewers not to imitate the actions of the professional on display. Having captured the giant hornet in a dual container contraption, the professional then proceeds to flip the contraption over in an attempt to drown the monstrous bug. All seems well until they lose their grip on the top container, dropping it and giving the hornet a route to escape and enact revenge. They're able to recover and recapture the hornet, but this video could have ended very differently.
In December 2023, a McDonald's in the Philippines witnessed an earthquake, and many people caught it on camera. Suddenly, the lights went out and everyone was evacuated outside.
Kasi paghihapon. Grabe yan. Malagyan mo basta-basta. Wala dyan.
Even though the situation was terrible, the staff handled it perfectly and nobody was injured.
Firefighters are used to all sorts of scenarios. Putting themselves in danger is all part of the job description, but there's some incidents with much higher risk than others, like this particular one here. This car is on fire right next to a gas station, probably just minutes away from causing a major explosion. The firefighters arrive just in time to put out the flames before the fire can spread.
That car is seriously on fucking fire. I'm starting to think we should get out of here.
Or like to the other end of the parking lot. I gotta watch this, man.
Dude,
if we get to the other...
What if it hits the gas stations, though?
Let's not get closer.
Sorry, Elon, but your cars work about as well as your website nowadays. This video shows a Chinese Tesla driver attempting to park a car only to have the electric vehicle malfunction and take off down the road at very high speeds. CCTV footage from around the city shows the car almost literally flying around corners and through intersections, presumably while the 55-year-old driver is frantically trying to maintain control. As he would later state, the brake pedal would not respond no matter what he did. Unfortunately, the out-of-control car finally crashes into a building, but not before inadvertently killing 2 people and injuring another 3 during the robotic rampage. Tesla said it was working with Chinese authorities to identify what really happened, but has not admitted blame just yet.
I'm scared. I don't want you.
I'm gonna go try to get them to stop doing that.
The next disturbing video on our list is from Arlington County, where an individual barricaded himself in the house and started firing flares. The police quickly arrived on scene trying to stop him and evacuated the neighborhood.
Arlington County Police! Stop shooting the flares! Mr. Yu, can you hear me? Mr. Yu!
The attempt to negotiate and bring the man to surrender himself went on for hours with no luck.
James, Arlington Police, come to the front door with your hands up. Do it now. We have your building surrounded. You're not leaving. Come to the door now with your hands up and surrender. James, stay away from your front door. Stay away from your front door, James.
James, I can't hear you. Fine, I'm going to need you to come out slowly with your hands up. Arlington Police. Come out with the hands up. Nothing in your hands will not be harmed. You understand?
After nearly 3 hours of the suspect shooting his last flare, the police breached his house, quickly followed by gunshot sounds coming from inside. When the police threw chemical munitions, the suspect started shouting. Just as the police were trying to breach the home through a window, the house blew up with a large explosion, resulting in a fire. Remains of 56-year-old James Yo were later recovered from the debris alongside gasoline containers and multiple firearms. The motivation behind Mr. Yo's actions remain unknown.
Possibly. Alright, I'm gonna have you get out of my way. Yep.
So I know you just talked to him, but you want to go ahead and fill me in on what's going on?
Yeah. So, I don't know what happened. She kind of flipped out a little bit.
Yeah.
And started throwing shit, getting all upset. And I was trying to actually do a freaking car loan so she could, because he has a job in Columbus.
Okay.
So I've been driving her every day for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to get her a car loan, and she wanted my help, and I was helping her, and she said I wasn't helping her. And then she just started yelling and screaming and then throwing shit.
Okay.
And she had on my business account, I have a phone that I pay for her, and she started throwing that shit. So I put her SIM card in a different phone that was paid off, so if she broke it, it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah.
And I set it on the table, and she just started throwing other shit. I mean, I threw a Lego thing that we put together. I threw that just to, I guess, get even.
I gotcha.
But she threw the phone. I don't know where it went. And she says, give me a phone so I can call 911. And I was like, well, where's the phone that I set on the table?
Yeah.
And she's like, where's my phone? I said, well, your phone is in the basement. I took the SIM card out and put it in that phone. So even if I give you your phone back, it doesn't have a SIM card, so you're not going to be able to call out.
Okay.
And she just kept yelling about giving her a phone. I was like, well, where did you throw the phone to that was on the table? And she just started yelling and screaming, and then she started pouring shit in bed. And drugs. Like, you need to get out, or go downstairs or something.
Yeah.
And I locked the door in the bedroom, and she started throwing shit at the door.
Alrighty.
On October 13th, 2022, officers responded to a call about a man's pregnant ex-girlfriend who was supposedly acting irate and throwing stuff around the house. According to the ex-boyfriend, she was unhappy about his lack of help over helping her to secure a car loan.
What's up, dog? Let me see your hands. Put your hands up. What's burning?
Good question.
Step over here. Come on.
Here's your 12 checkup.
Rick Dagenhart.
Yeah,
Right,
let's go.
straight.
Let's step outside. I gotta figure out what's burning. Let's go. Come on.
Give me a direction.
I'm giving you a direction. Let's go. Come on. Keep it. Put your hand up. Put your hand up. We're trying to figure out.
This is the third time this IT
good.
piece of shit tell us this.
Okay, well, we've got smoke and I've been yelling for you.
What the fuck? Go ahead, right before. That's for my dog. That's cheating, buddy.
Watch it.
Seriously? Go for it. Put me in jail.
Because I don't have time to deal with you right now.
Yo, for real.
Hey,
Yo,
stop.
seriously? I have
Get down.
From the outside, the situation seemed calm enough, but when officers went inside the house, they witnessed the carnage and smelled something burning. They quickly detained the ex-girlfriend and went in search of the source. It later transpired that the ex-girlfriend had tried setting fire to the home and had thrown her ex's belongings in the toilet.
Sit on the bench.
This one right here?
Yeah. Have you consumed any type of illegal narcotics?
Illegal? No. The ones I'm prescribed? Correct, yes.
Okay, that's fine. Have you had anything else besides alcohol?
No.
Knock it off. Sit still.
I'm sorry, I have hair on my face. That's something you're familiar with? But when I look at you, you did nothing wrong, sir. I'm sorry I'm in a bad mood.
What a nice lady. I just pray that her fiery temper dies down before she has the baby.
This clip posted by ProudBell6879 shows why it's important to keep your employees happy. In an unidentified factory, we can see a man dousing a work area with some kind of liquid. As other people move around him, then the trail of liquid is ignited and another man pointlessly tries to put the flames out. It's too late to stop the blaze.
Is your garage down here? No, I'm up. Okay. Do you have e-bikes in there? No. That's a lie, bro. Give us the e-bike back you stole last time. We saw you take it, so give it to us. Right now!
Theft is a big problem in neighborhoods of all sizes and types. But generally, if you're going to steal, you should at least put the item you stole somewhere that the original owner won't see it. This person did not get that advice. The footage shows angry neighbors confronting a man after they saw him steal their e-bike. The man is surprisingly calm despite the anger coming at him, but he eventually opens the door and allows the people to take their bike back. To add insult to injury, the thief tries to act tough as they walk away as if they were robbing him. Here's more footage from the UK. This time it's chilling footage of a young girl named Brianna Gay meeting the two people who would kill her later that day. Minutes after this footage was taken, the two people, both 16, stabbed Brianna 28 times inside a park in Cheshire. Brianna can be seen meeting the two individuals at the bus stop. Before leaving the park, later footage shows the killers walking around without Brianna. There was also footage of the arrest and interviews.
I found me being suspect is because like I was the last person at scene that were like, how come I'm suspect?
Pardon?
How come I'm a suspect?
How come you're a suspect?
Because I'm the last person at scene, or is it?
I don't know. All the information I've received is you are a suspect.
You Eddie? Yeah. Eddie, you're locked up suspicion of murder, alright? You don't have to say anything, but you may harm you to mention when questioned. So you later line in court, and if you do say we evidence, do you understand? Yeah.
Unlock these. I can explain it.
No, listen. Right, listen. Do it all on into it, right? You're going to take it to the wrong corner, you'll be interviewed about it, they'll ask you questions, alright?
Yeah.
It was later determined that the suspect had tried to kill Brianna several times by poisoning before the stabbing took place.
The weather and natural forces are sometimes the most terrifying things out there. This clip is quick, almost blink and you'll miss it. The water rises unnaturally like a ghost from its surface. Slowly the ghost rises and moves across the water, only for a second one to rise from the exact same spot. It's easy to dismiss it as some natural phenomenon, or maybe it's something more.
And again, we have someone making a scene. This one, Karen, goes beyond anything you've seen before. Karen got fed up with a worker, apparently over some chicken nuggets. Yes, you heard that right. Karen steps out of the car and hits the worker.
Holy unless you're speaking McNuggets in my hand, I don't want to hear it.
It's 10:30 a.m. We don't serve chicken McNuggets at this time.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't.
Why not?
Because we do.
You know what? Did you just kiss me? I didn't want to just you.
You just give me in the car. What's going on over there?
Don't you away from me, you family.
She tries so hard to get inside to where the worker is, but luckily the manager shows up and helps his colleague. The poor worker got hit multiple times, and suddenly Karen became even more enraged and started yelling, losing her mind completely. She starts screaming that she wants her nuggets and even threatens to eat the worker's face and digest it.
Oh my god! The fuck is this bitch up? Holy.
What's going on? Did you like get burnt by your apple pie or something?
What a threat, right? I don't know if this woman was on something or just lost her mind, but I have never seen anyone act like this over some chicken nuggets. This footage from Nottingham, United Kingdom, shows a mentally ill man named Valdo Calocane who fatally stabbed 2 students and a school caretaker in June of 2023. The footage shows the man walking around the city that night alone. Two of the victims also appear, walking home in the early hours of the morning. The footage was taken just minutes before they were attacked and killed by Calocane. Chillingly, after the attack, Calocane can be seen attempting to break into an apartment before being pushed away by a resident. He then killed a caretaker and stole his van, attempting to hit several other people in the process. Speaking of not tying things down properly, here's dashcam footage of a massive tractor-trailer losing one of 3 ambulances while driving down the highway. The best part of this is how the driverless ambulance seems to drive down the road completely deliberately, barely even leaving the lanes. Who knows, maybe it managed to come to a safe stop after all this. Well, probably not. On New Year's Day, 2024, a shocking incident took place at an airport in Utah that resulted in the death of 30-year-old Kyler Effinger. Footage shows Mr. Effinger waiting at the gate, having just missed his flight. He was due to fly to Denver to visit his sick grandfather, but after running late, the stress caused him to suffer a manic episode. We see him running to an adjacent boarding gate, attempting to pull the door open and even trying to smash a window to get onto the runway. When this fails, Kyler locates an emergency exit and makes his way down to the tarmac without wearing any shoes. Next, he can be seen running towards the plane. What happened afterwards is too graphic to show, but reports say he jumped into the Delta aircraft's turbine and was pronounced dead on the scene. If you ride a scooter or a motorcycle, it can be really frustrating to have to deal with idiot drivers always disregarding you. However, it's important to remember that those cars, no matter how bad the drivers might be, are still bigger than you. After a near collision in an intersection, this rider decides to try kicking the offending car as a way of teaching it a lesson. However, he instead loses his balance and falls backwards on his bike while still in the middle of the intersection. He then has to scramble to pick up his phone and other belongings. The worst part, he doesn't even realize he's being filmed until the very end.
Have you ever heard of the haunting legend of La Llorona? The legend tells the tale of a weeping specter whose fear and jealousy doom her to an eternal search for everything she's lost. At best, she's an old tale, perhaps a Mexican cryptid, but could she be real? This clip, filmed in a lake surrounded by swamplands, captures a terrifying moment as a woman cries out in the dark. The driver looks around and there's no one to be found. They want to help, but sometimes it's best to keep to yourself.
In 2023, a CCTV camera in Chicago captured a distressing scene where a woman was robbed by 4 men. The footage shows the woman walking down the street with a suitcase when suddenly a car pulls up next to her. Seconds later, an armed and hooded man, followed by others, steps out of the car and approaches her with a gun. Despite the terrifying situation, the woman remains remarkably calm. The men steal her belongings, but interestingly, not her suitcase. And then they hop back into their car and drive off. Just thinking about the fear this poor woman must have felt really makes me angry at the thieves.
You can't block the sidewalk. Look, you can't block the sidewalk. Everybody walking through here can't get through because you're blocking the sidewalk. Right? All you gotta do is not block the sidewalk. That's all you gotta do.
This video is guaranteed to fill you with frustration just by watching it. This guy decided to park on a sidewalk frequently used by many seniors and individuals in wheelchairs. As if that wasn't enough, when a man asked him not to park there, and to everyone's surprise, or maybe not, it turns out this guy is incredibly rude.
Oh, you can't fork this up. Broke down.
I just told him he can't block the sidewalk and he just freaked out. So.
Oh, you sad? Oh, you sad?
What's wrong with people? So angry.
He dares to get angry, yell at the man, and even laugh at him. One thing is sure, the man recording is right to question what is going on with people being so angry these days. Perhaps it's arrogance clouding their judgment.
The following footage was taken in Tokyo, Japan. The video shows how 2 men with disturbing masks on their faces have entered a jewelry store and are breaking everything and stealing the jewelry. What's most shocking about this footage is that they're robbing the store during the day, with many people watching them as if they had no fear of being caught. We can also see a really brave woman who tries to close the door of the shop so that they can catch him. But unfortunately, they open the door and run away with the car. Shocking, right? How would you react if you saw this?
So we have 10 minutes to get gloves on. Lowell, do you need help? I think I'm almost. Okay. After you get yours, then I'll get mine.
Even with meticulous planning by some of the world's smartest scientists, a journey into the unknown can sometimes have devastating consequences. The Space Shuttle Columbia was NASA's first space-rated orbiter. On February 1st, 2003, it was returning to Earth after a successful 16-day scientific research mission when tragedy struck. During re-entry, a piece of foam insulation from the shuttle's external fuel tank broke off and struck the left wing, damaging the shuttle's thermal protection system. This cockpit tape shows crew members contacting control and describing an orange glow that can be seen outside the window.
Would you hold just 1 second? I want to get to my gloves before G's build. I won't be able to get to that.
Certainly.
There's all kinds of...
Okay. We're just past EI.
Okay. I have my gloves. There's a jet's firing in the back, I guess. And Rick, I'll take your bag. And float it aft gently. I got it.
That might be some plasma now.
Think so already?
Yes, they're not firing right now.
It was quite a bit, actually.
Unfortunately, there was nothing the people on the ground could do to help. As the shuttle re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, it exploded. All 7 crew members were killed in the disaster. Russian road rages are on a whole different level. Just watch this. These guys were angry, who knows why, and stepped out of the car just to show how mad they were. One of them grabs a hammer from his car and almost throws it at the other driver. Then he decides to leave the hammer behind, thinking he has a better option. And guess what? He comes back with a firearm and shoots at the car. It turns out the guy didn't even have a driver's license and was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm, property damage, and threatening death or bodily harm. Just the last charge alone could get him up to 2 years in jail.
Full request Eagle, 1023.
This video is also disturbing, but for a completely different reason. It shows a police officer driving down a beach in Florida looking for a lost little girl.
Getting close to 10 minutes now.
Fortunately, after several minutes, he comes across the girl who is luckily perfectly fine.
Mom's looking for ya! I know! Let's go find her!
The officer introduces himself, gives the girl a hug, and comforts her before returning her to her mother.
I'm Jeff. Are you okay? Ross, alright, are you okay? Yeah. Alright, you alright? Yeah, I'm 10-4 with the juvenile. You need a hug? Yeah. Alright, it's gonna be okay. Let's go get you to mom, alright?
Who knows what could have happened had he not arrived so quickly? That's the truly disturbing part.
Out of every disturbing example of disrespect for authority we've seen, this one might just be the dumbest. In a clip submitted by Duck8788, we see a man on a bike riding up to a police vehicle. With 2 cops standing outside of it and clearly prepared to intervene, the man on the bike throws something through the vehicle's rear windshield, shattering it into a million pieces. The bike-riding vandal is then quickly apprehended. It's almost like he wanted to be arrested.
One year after the October 7th attacks on Israel in 2023, the final moments of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar were captured live via drone. The footage shows Sinwar sitting in a chair inside an abandoned building. He appears to be wounded, and his face is covered by a keffiyeh. As the drones move closer, Sinwar grabs a stick and throws it towards the camera as if trying to destroy it. According to reports, IDF troops then closed in and took him out.
Security, hello, KK. KK.
Come here. You hate Jesus? You hate yourself? You hate Jesus? You hate yourself? You hate me? You disgrace Jesus? Huh? Talk.
Francis, wacha kupige.
Talk. Talk. Come on. Come on. You open my kill you in this.
In 2018, a drunk American tourist was filmed assaulting hotel staff in Uganda. He claims that one of the hotel staff hates Jesus before displaying an unchristian-like God complex of his own.
You obey what I say. I don't obey you. You understand? Jesus is not going to tolerate me. Yeah, feel me. Uganda. I've come to love Uganda. I've come to help Uganda. But Uganda hates Jesus through this son. You understand me? Look at me. Look at Christ who died for you. Look at me. Look at Christ who died for you. Look at Christ. No.
Excuse.
No excuse. No excuse.
No excuse.
No.
Excuse.
Jesus is tired.
Yes.
Jesus is tired of your disobedience.
Yes, but
Feel me. Jesus is tired of your obedience, disobedience.
Calm down.
He's tired. No. You calm up. I don't calm down.
Yes.
You calm up.
Making the situation far worse, the American uses racial slurs on multiple occasions, hits the hotel workers, and threatens to knock their life out. This demon should be exorcised from Uganda, if he hasn't been already. Okay, this is by far one of the stupidest things we've ever seen on this channel, and we practically specialize in moronic behavior. Apparently, this group of guys have decided to cause an intentional rock slide while sitting atop a massive pile of rocks. At first, they're merely entertained by the massive path of destruction they've set out, but then the rocks they're sitting on start to give way. As the slow-mo version shows, that last guy was just seconds away from becoming a permanent stain on that mountainside. Talk about idiotic.
Letting road rage take over can put you and the drivers around you in danger. Just as in this footage submitted by Reddit user PostRV4, which shows someone following too close to a car and even bumping into it trying to get the car ahead to speed up. The road raging car seems very confident, right up until the car ahead of it slams its brakes, causing it to glide hard enough for its airbags to deploy. That's fast karma.
This person has seconds to live. After becoming tangled in their parachute, they are left hurtling towards the ground at breakneck speed. The camera shows them frantically working to free themselves from their chute, only to become more and more entangled. Finally, they decided to rip the chute off entirely and use the backup. Luckily, it deploys with just a few seconds left to go, allowing them to land safely.
Oh my god!
So, do you think they did another jump or not?
It's known that Trump has been a political and confronting subject for many Americans. Well, in the video we can see someone who took this a little too far. In the store's footage, we can see a car that all of a sudden drives through a Trump merch store. The car crashes the windows and doors, destroying everything inside.
I was all confused, I thought I saw something that wasn't happening.
And the award for worst girlfriend in Wisconsin goes to this woman who stabbed her ex-boyfriend and the father of a child 19 times with a pair of scissors while he was sleeping on her couch. Body cam footage, which had to be heavily edited due to, I repeat, 19 stab wounds, shows cops arriving on the scene to find the girl crying and covered in blood. When the officers interview her, she is clearly extremely upset, but not really for the right reasons.
Is this your stuff?
Yeah.
Do you have an ID in here?
No, it's in the car.
Morgan?
Even though, come on.
Morgan, can you tell me a little bit more about...
No.
No? And why is that? Do you feel...
No.
Why are you saying no? I don't understand what you're reacting to right now. Are you just scared about the situation, or do you not want to talk to me?
I was sleeping and then, I don't know, I was like half awake. I've been out here every morning you put on fever. And I mean, I've seen the same thing before. I've never done anything like that.
You have seen the same thing before? Okay. Have you ever had any kind of medical treatment for anything like that? Have you seen a doctor, a psychologist, counselor, anything like that?
I didn't too embarrassed to talk to anybody.
Okay. You usually see the same thing?
Yes, and I feel like somebody else. I feel like it's not even me.
If you had to physically describe what you were seeing, like big or small, black or white, gray, blue, whatever.
Like a blob.
Like a blob.
Like a black blob. Like a blob, but like a figure.
Okay.
She tells him that she had a dream or a vision of some sort that made her attack her ex.
I thought they were just fighting like normal. And it starts getting loud. I'm like, what the hell?
Was he screaming back at her?
It was kind of like a, I don't even know, like, get off me, help. I just got like.
And that was him saying that?
I don't even remember.
Okay.
And open the door. They're on top of each other.
What do you mean they both were on top of each other?
He was like on top of her trying to take the knife out of her hand or something. I don't know.
Okay. So, how was she positioned? Like, when you say when he was on top of her, was he like straddling her?
Yeah, he like had her wrist down.
And then holding her wrist, like straddling her like that? Okay.
And then.
Was he bleeding already at that time?
Yeah.
Where was he bleeding? Where'd you see?
His arm and stuff, and then I had seen the couch. Help. Go over there. I don't even know. That was like when it was ending.
Okay. Was she saying anything at this time?
She's just freaking out. I don't know. She's saying she doesn't even know what happened. That she was seeing stuff, having a dream or something.
They also interview her brother, who was the one to call 911. Fortunately, he was also able to get the woman's baby. According to him, the two had a history of fighting. After some interviews, it's revealed that she has been suffering from mental health issues, including postpartum depression. That's sad and all, but she did stab a guy nearly to death. Dream or not, she did end up in prison. If you don't live in California, Waymo is a self-driving car project. However, this video shows a man attempting to break into one of these vehicles while the passenger is actually in it.
Dude! Go away! Come on, what are you doing?
Not exactly the smartest criminal, considering he's clearly being filmed and isn't wearing a mask. At least he's smart enough to give up and walk away.
.59 up there, we all heard this girl screaming bloody murder, help me.
In a harrowing event captured on body cam footage, Florida deputies were called to a home in Pompano Beach after neighbors reported hearing disturbing screams in September. The situation escalated dramatically by October when Paul Henry DiGiacinto was implicated in the murder of his girlfriend, Kayla Arce, and the attempted murder of his father in Coral Springs.
Broward County Sheriff's Office. This happens all the time. Broward County Sheriff's Office.
That guy, he scares the shit out of me. Do you hear it still in your apartment or not?
You're at the door, so open it up.
Every day. Every day here.
I can hear you at the door.
Open the door, it's the sheriff's office.
All right, due to exigent circumstances, we're 10-4. Due to exigent circumstances, if we have to go ahead and break the door down or get someone with the key to open the door, we will. We just need to find out if everybody's okay. There's no way in the world you didn't hear us knocking at that door.
Set it off, throw the keys down. Throw the keys down. Throw the keys down. Throw the keys down.
You got any guns, knives, weapons, anything on you we need to know about?
Oh,
nothing at all?
At all.
Okay.
Why didn't you guys come to the door?
Why didn't you come to the door?
We banged.
Why are you shaking so? Why are you shaking?
You guys just came out of nowhere. I showered.
Okay, you came out of nowhere. You heard us knocking on that door the whole time.
We literally are going
You didn't hear us knocking. We're banging the hell out of the door. Why didn't you guys come to the door?
We're downstairs.
We banged pretty hard.
Why are you shaking?
You guys just came out of nowhere and I showered.
Okay, you came out of nowhere. You heard us knocking on that door the whole time.
We literally are going
You didn't hear us knocking. We're banging the hell out of the door.
Okay,
My
so
hands
I
are
saw-
red banging on the door.
Downstairs.
And you didn't hear us.
We're downstairs.
Anybody else
I'm
inside?
sorry. Nobody else is inside. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Your neighbors and everybody heard you screaming. Heard her screaming. Like something was wrong. And then she's not answering, so therefore that gives us even more of a suspicious incident where we got to go and find out who's alive and who's dead, or see if anybody's okay. That's where we're coming from.
Okay, I mean, yeah, but everyone's fine. I mean,
The shocking case has left the community and Ars's friends seeking answers and justice for a life cut tragically short. As we've seen during the video, sometimes customers can be really mean. However, this employee took things way too far. In Lakeland, a McDonald's employee was arrested after she started shooting at customers following a dispute at the drive-thru window, according to police. Chastity Gardner, 22, of Lakeland, was booked into the Polk County Jail on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The incident occurred on June 14th at around 1 a.m. Lakeland police officers responded to reports of a shooting at the fast food restaurant located on East Memorial Boulevard. Surveillance footage shows Gardner getting into an argument with the customers and throwing a drink at them as they were leaving. Two of the customers got out of their vehicle, opened the drive-thru window, and began throwing drinks at Gardner, who then armed herself with a gun. A different security camera captured Gardner exiting the restaurant with a gun in hand. While outside, officers reported that Gardner fired the weapon at the vehicle as it was leaving the area, striking the vehicle once.
Some workplace accidents are more dangerous than others. This footage from Reddit user Enjoy the Silence shows the moment a smelting accident occurred at a German steel factory. As the molten white-hot metal spills out of its container and spreads through the facility, the workers can be seen calmly getting out of the hazard's way. Their professional indifference to this potentially life-threatening disaster is definitely disturbing.
Franz Richelt was a French tailor, inventor, and parachuting pioneer. Sometimes referred to as the Flying Tailor, he was obsessed with developing an aviation suit that would convert into a parachute and allow a pilot to survive should they have to exit their plane in midair. He tested his suit on dummies and had some early success, but wanted to try his suit out for real. Eventually, he was granted permission to launch a dummy from the Eiffel Tower, but when he turned up, he was adamant that he was going to jump himself. People tried to stop him, but on the 4th of February, he leapt off the iconic structure. Unfortunately, the parachute failed to deploy, and Franz plummeted 57 meters, 187 feet, to his death. Some claim his death was the first ever to be recorded on film. Destroying things seems to be an all too common reaction to breaking up with someone, as if having to pay for damages is going to make the situation any better. At least this Karen got to take out some of her rage on her ex-boyfriend's car, maybe because he loved it more than he loved her. I can only speculate, of course, but either way, it's not the car's fault.
When backed into a corner, your choices may not make sense. People under high stress levels can rarely make sound decisions. They're looking for a way out, a safe escape, something to alleviate the terror they're dealing with. This driver, surrounded by cars, was terrified and fled in response to suddenly being surrounded. Not knowing what's going on, we can at least empathize with the flight or flight response, right?
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Turn up! Hands up! Hands up!
Things start slow, but the man behind the wheel guns it when he panics. The chase takes a surprising amount of time, with the driver losing the cops several times on the highway while going at an alarming speed of 110 miles per hour. He handles the car incredibly well, even at high speeds. Except eventually the vehicle has to stop. The minivan is losing speed as it begins to run out of gas. He could have likely used a fuel up before engaging like this, but it's not like he knew he'd be in a chase, so we can forgive the lack of forethought. As soon as he's caught, the bravado is gone. He's on the ground, being shouted at but complying with police. When you're caught, you're caught. It's hard to argue there.
Lord, please. All right, calm down. You're under arrest now. We're done. You're caught. We're done. Okay. You got anything on you I need to know about? Any weapons? No, but my arm. Everything in the car's yours? Okay. How come you ran, man, when we pulled up?
On this channel, we've seen a few hundred videos of cars crashing into stores. However, we've never seen it from a first-person point of view. Footage shows the man pulling up to the front of the store and attempting to put his truck in park. However, he clearly fails because the next thing we know, the truck is rocketing forward into the back aisle of the store. No idea if this was intentional, the result of drugs or alcohol, or just an accident. But the resulting bills could not have been fun. Here's another woman doing the exact same thing. Though this time, there's no telling what could have possibly set her off. She could be seen screaming and swearing at the clerk while he is, presumably, on the phone with 911.
You think I give a about it? Yeah. Y'all niggas got the right one. This is boy, can't even handle a female. You fuck wrong with you?
The clerks did at least attempt to lock her inside the store, but that only resulted in her breaking the window and climbing out.
She's here. She's still here. 514. 511. Gas station. Yeah, she has just left already. She has a goddamn suitcase with her. She's which way is that?
She was soon arrested after and hopefully treated for what we can assume is mental illness or a severe anger management problem.
Before he does something. No. You're not touching this fucking thing. You've got issues, man. How dare you do that to a living creature?
Up until now, it's been mostly fun and games, but this next video shows some serial killer shit. Apparently, this man has been trapping his neighbor's cats on his property and drowning them, which is really despicable behavior. He claims they've been going after his dog, but what exactly are these tiny little kitties going to do to a full-grown dog?
Look at him. You want me to put you in a bucket of water?
No.
I'm just absolutely.
Well, hey, all they come in is they go after my dog.
That dog.
That dog.
Yeah, you killed my cats. Remember that?
I didn't kill your cat.
Oh, okay. What is this? What the is this? Congratulations, buddy. You are going to be famous.
The neighbor with the camera is right when he says he's going to make this creep famous. I hope he got hit with an animal cruelty charge.
The following scary situation could happen to anyone. This person smashed the window out and got inside the store, but was met with fierce resistance. Acting like the staff guy here is always a risk, so remember that action is not always the best decision. Before continuing, what was the worst gas station accident you've ever encountered? What was your role in that situation, and what did you do? Let us know in the comments section. Now let's move on to the next one. Depending on where you live, this might seem like a typical weather pattern. This dust devil cyclone doesn't set off any alarms at first. If that was the case, it wouldn't have made today's list. However, in just a few seconds, you can see a strange figure in the middle, like a man stuck in the swirling vortex of dirt and dust. The peculiar figure seems to rise before suddenly disappearing, like the rest in a poof of smoke. Maybe it's a trick of the light or something else, but it looks like a very cleverly disguised midday alien abduction. What do you think? Let us know in the comments.
¿Qué onda? No. Güey. Por eso está así. Oh. Qué gonorrea.
Hola.
¿Te va a poner gorda? Ah.
This guy might be a little confused. He is clearly confusing the white powder in this dumpster with something else. Despite the fact that he gives the substance a few quick snorts, he doesn't seem to be feeling any effects. Otherwise, he probably would have taken it with him. Here's another reason you should choose your roommates carefully. The poster claims he was searching for his dishes and found these disgusting leftovers that his roommate had been sleeping next to for a week. The smell alone made him retch and almost throw up. It's the fact that people do weird things at McDonald's, and we've seen enough to prove it. Even if you need more proof, just watch this video. A man was in a McDonald's bathroom and decided to blow up the toilet. The reason? I don't know, and he probably doesn't either. For this angry driver, it's hammer time. Just not in the way we expected. Here, he's caught on camera hurling a hammer through another driver's windshield. What circumstances caused the man to stop in the middle of the road and did that is unclear, but he definitely looks so pissed at the other driver. Well, he's gotta have time to explain it since he's arrested 3 days later. For centuries, cats have been used by magicians and sorcerers. According to some ancient folklore, they can sense paranormal activity better than any other animal, which seems to be the case in this video. This biker was riding at night when he noticed a bunch of cats just grouped up right in the middle of the road. You can imagine his dread and panic. The cats barely moved and kept staring with their shining eyes.
Hepsi bir doğurmuş.
You can hear the voice of the cameraman. He was definitely shaken up and showed this video to everyone he knew. How often do we really notice when someone is silently struggling right beside us? This unsettling question is at the heart of Richard Russell's story. For those who aren't aware of this case, Richard was a cheerful airport worker whose hidden darkness led to a tragic decision. Here's what happened. Known as Bebo to his friends, Richard was a popular guy at Seattle-Tacoma Airport. He was that kind of colleague who was always smiling and ready to lend a hand, the kind of guy everyone liked to have around, and who wouldn't. Despite his cheerful personality, Richard was fighting a tough battle inside. As 2018 went on, his friends noticed he wasn't himself. He started missing work shifts and pulling back from social activities, signs of a clear internal crisis. By August of that year, Richard was feeling extremely overwhelmed. He was questioning the purpose of his life, feeling as if he was stuck in the daily grind. His job at the airport, which he used to take pride in and be happy about, now seemed to show that he wasn't reaching his dreams. On August 10th, 2018, everything came to a head, and Richard made a decision that would change everything. On that day, Richard went to the airport, but not to work as usual. On that day, he took control of a Bombardier Q400 aircraft at Seattle-Tacoma Airport. The plane was empty, meant to be bustling with passengers. With no formal training as a pilot, Richard took off by himself. He was flying the plane and at the same time facing his final moments, heading into the unknown. While flying over Puget Sound, Richard talked to air traffic controllers. His voice was calm but sad. He started sharing his feelings of worthlessness and a desire to escape his pain.
Aircraft on Charlie, lining up runway 16 center, say your call sign.
That aircraft was passing behind the horizon when he was taking off roll, and I don't know what he was doing.
Who's the aircraft on runway 16 center?
His wheels are smoking left and right, as they are right now as he's rolling down the runway.
Alright, I'm not even talking to him.
Seattle ground, horizon guy, about to take off. It's going to be crazy.
He came flying out of the cargo area in front of Delta.
And there's just a single pilot in there.
He came flying out of nowhere. We didn't even hear. We thought we missed somebody.
Tower, you need to call and scramble now.
No, we are.
Hey, I found myself in a bit of a predicament. I'm in the air right now and just kind of soaring around. Hey, pilot guy, can this thing do a backflip, you think?
He just needs some help controlling his aircraft.
Nah, I mean, I don't need that much help. I played some video games before. I got a lot of people that care about me, and it's going to disappoint them to hear that I did this. Just a broken guy, got a few screws loose, I guess. Never really knew it until now.
This flight was more than just a physical journey. It was a tragic showcase of his inner darkness he was facing. The ordeal ended in heartbreak. Richard crashed on a remote island, ending his own life. His death was not just a loss, but a stark signal of the need to address mental health, particularly in stressful jobs. Richard's actions shook his community and sparked a nationwide conversation about mental health at work. It led to a closer look at the support systems in place for employees and highlighted the importance of proactive mental health strategies. Richard Russell's story is a clear example of the quiet struggles that can go unnoticed. His desperate flight emphasizes our shared duty to make sure that people around us feel seen and supported, not just in emergencies but every day. It urges us to look beyond the surface, to see and help ease the invisible burdens many carry. As we think about Richard's life and the path to his tragic end, let's all start to be more aware, kind, and helpful to those around us. Recognizing the signs when someone is calling out for help, even silently, could mean the difference between despair and hope. Believe it or not, this person is actually doing something correctly. We can't see them from this vantage point, but they're likely a utility worker attempting to remove this damaged fuse before it explodes. The only problem is, they are a little late.
Dashcams worldwide catch all sorts of things: the good, the bad, and the very ugly. This dashcam captures a terrifying moment as drivers narrowly survive a bombing, something that most people will never deal with in their lives. Suddenly, a projectile flies into a nearby building, breaking the sound and sending debris flying. The drivers react quickly, however, swerving the damage and getting to safety in seconds. Do you have reaction times this quick? Could you dodge wildly flying debris moments after a missile hits just a few feet away?
Here's another bizarre video from Brazil, this time in the upscale neighborhood of Belo Horizonte in Ladores. The footage shows a 50-year-old clinic woman just spraying down the sidewalk outside of a nearby home when a jogger runs up with his dog and begins talking to her. All of a sudden, he rips the hose from her hand and begins dousing her head. As the two struggle for the hose, the older woman ends up getting knocked to the ground. The cleaning lady injured her knee but was otherwise okay. When she reported the incident, she said that the man was angry at her for wasting water, even though she was just doing her job. While conservation is definitely an important thing to consider, this is hardly the right way to go about it. This man got really upset because the truck was on his lawn and wouldn't move. He started hitting the truck and doing everything possible to make the workers move it. At one point, he even steps into the wet cement. Unfortunately for him, he then struggles to get out. I bet none of the workers helped him. Those Black Friday deals can result in you getting a big screen TV pretty cheap. However, no television is cheap enough to risk losing it like this. This person seems completely unaware that the new TV they've strapped to the top of the car has turned into a massive sail, flapping in the wind as if it could fly off into traffic at any moment. Let's hope the black truck was able to warn them of their impending loss, and they stopped to tie it down properly after this video was shot.
Sometimes horror makes sense. Terrifying things check out because everyone fears them. But what about the inexplicable? The strange, the weird, the absolutely bonkers. This man, fitted with a TV for a head, was caught on a Ring camera as he walked up to his presumably neighbor's house. He carries an additional TV, probably around 50 to 100 pounds, and gently sets it on the doorstep. That's all. He waves, saying goodbye before leaving. While not truly horrifying, in fact it might just be an odd dude doing odd things, this clip is enough to make anyone pause. If you saw this on your Ring camera, would you not be slightly unsettled? Uncanny, skin-crawling horror is just as bad as any other because the feeling sticks with you.
This CCTV footage was taken from the Duke of Wellington pub in Somerset, England. It shows 70-year-old Richard Scatcherd drinking with 61-year-old Kelly Fares. The two would leave the pub together, but just hours later, Kelly would be found dead at Richard's home. Richard was already known to the police as a sex offender who had drugged women in the past and was wanted for breaching his parole conditions. After the murder, which took place on 15th October 2023, he went on the run and has not been seen since. A £10,000 reward is being offered for information that leads to his arrest. although Avon and Somerset police highly suspect that the predator may already be dead. Here's something you don't see every day. This footage from Anacostia, a historic town in Greater DC, shows a gas explosion that completely destroyed a small convenience store. The firefighters in the footage had been working to deal with the problem when the store unexpectedly blew up, injuring one person. The good news is that at least the firefighters were already there and ready to put out the resulting flames. This guy was caught red-handed stealing behind a counter. Just look at the face he makes when he grabs the stuff. I can't help but laugh.
REM pods are devices used in paranormal research. Essentially, they detect disturbances in energy and fluctuations and translate that data into different colored lights and sounds. In this clip, posted by Reddit user Potential Sample 3969, we can see a REM pod reacting to something in a room full of creepy dolls. As the person recording the footage tries to communicate with the entity, something shuffles and falls over, directly behind her.
What the fuck?
We aren't saying you shouldn't have a creepy doll collection, but if you do decide to have one, don't be surprised when there's some disturbing paranormal activity.
Make it stop. Can you make it go to blue? What the fuck?
Nu blåser det något kopiöst. Jag gick in och kollade allt okej här inne va.
Nature is unpredictable and so is camping, and weather can make a difference in your camping experience. This video was taken by a camper who got trapped for 9 days because of an extreme storm. As you can see, the tent is moving from one way to another with no stability, and the place is crowded with snow and fog.
Det är något helt kopiöst. Nej, det bör inte fortsätta. Har du fått någon värld? Solen!
As the video goes on, the man shows the conditions that he has to face for 9 days, and it's even hard to see the tent because of the huge amount of fog there is.
As time has gone on, gas stations have broadened their horizons and begun to include new attractions to generate customers. One examples are the video slots you now see at convenience stores around the US. Yet this video proves that those slots might actually be more trouble than they're worth. The footage shows a man tampering with the front of the machine in an attempt to access the cash inside. As he stuffs the money into his jacket, he's completely unaware that he's on film. Considering he's just a few feet away from another player shows how bold robbers can be. According to the report, the thief made off with $7,900. In April 2021, Kevin Lomas was found stabbed to death in the bedroom of his home in the West Midlands of England. Three years later, his killer is yet to be found. Police recently released the CCTV footage that shows Kevin's last known movements. He can be seen walking the streets near his home in the days before the murder. The video was released in the hopes that it may jog people's memory and encourage anyone with information to come forward. Here's hoping that Kevin can finally get some justice soon.
Whale sharks are one of the largest living species of fish in the ocean. The largest one ever recorded reached a length of 61.7 feet, and the species as a whole holds numerous size-related records for the animal kingdom. So what could have possibly possessed this disturbed individual in this footage posted by Reddit user ManOnTractor to jump out of his perfectly fine boat and onto the back of one of these behemoths? It's unfathomable. It's worth noting that whale sharks are filter feeders and generally don't pose a threat to humans, but you do have to wonder what kind of karma will come back around for this kind of disrespect to nature.
Graduation is a proud moment for any student and their parents. This one, however, was ruined by a racist father who rushed the stage to prevent the black superintendent from shaking his daughter's hand.
Oh. Excuse me. Where's Brendan?
Man, you better get up
Where's
off
Brendan?
Me, man.
Where's Brendan?
Get away from me, bro.
No, hey,
You need to get, hey,
walk away.
You gotta get off right now. I don't care. Get off the stage right now. Get off.
That way, Michael. Where's Brendan? Whose dad is that?
Brendan's.
Okay. Who's up? All right, let's keep going with these great grads.
हाँ जी मेरे को प्लीज मेरे घर ड्रॉप कर दो यहाँ पे बहुत मेरे को डर लग रहा है अंधेरा भी हो रहा है आप देख रहे हो ना तो प्लीज हेल्प मी कहाँ जाना है आपको मेरे को सेक्टर 11 जाना है.
So far, we've seen people taking advantage of the most vulnerable. Well, here's an example of people taking advantage of human kindness, which, apparently, is also at risk of extinction. These guys were driving down a road when suddenly a girl signals them to stop. When they stop the car, the girl asks for help. Then, out of nowhere, a group of armed men appear, ready to rob them. The driver is terrified, understandably, and they start hitting the car with a bat as he tries to speed away. They finally manage to escape, but not without a major scare.
Disturbing, terrifying, and downright upsetting can happen in all shapes and forms.
The police have been notified. The entire Atlanta airport is shut down right now until they come out here and secure this guy. Wow! We'll keep you updated.
This man, stripped down to just his boxers, was the subject of this video, as he seems to have gotten past all forms of security.
What is he doing? What the?
He walks bare primarily on the tarmac, trying to break into a plane. Authorities come racing down to catch him before he can hurt himself or others, but not soon enough. Passengers began filming him as he ran around wildly, clearly having suffered some sort of mental break. A dozen or so police cars come to the scene, surging in on the man, and one officer tackles him to the ground.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck as we sort through this, apparently that individual approached the aircraft from the outside and tried to gain entrance to the aircraft. We are surrounded by law enforcement right now.
He's subdued by forces quite quickly and seemingly easily, but no matter how fast it was handled, it's certainly not something these passengers will forget anytime soon. If you've ever looked at a trail cam, you know there's far more than you'd realize out there going bump at night. This clip shows a seemingly peaceful night deep in the woods on the trail. Suddenly, something hops into the frame from the right side of the screen, skipping and hopping unnaturally. It's unclear what we're looking at here. A coyote, a fox, maybe a miniature horse? Probably best not to go looking for this strange creature. Who knows what else is out there?
Där är det. Ja, kör på det. Viktig melding. Viktig melding.
When two robbers tried evading Norwegian police by cutting through the park, they didn't bank on the cops' incredible driving skills.
Hoppas på tredjeperson. Kör, kör! Sluta prat!
The policeman pursues them through the park and over a bridge before catching up to them and knocking them down as they turn onto a dirt path. Now, this is how you police. This tourist not only put his own life in danger by scaling a rocky cliff face in nothing but his swimming trunks, but he also disturbed a nesting colony of black nudies, a type of seabird. It's not clear whether he wanted a better look at the birds or was thinking about jumping into the ocean, but either way, his actions were stupid and shouldn't be replicated.
What do you do when your culprit is a creature of the night? There's no code of ethics that animals need to obey, no laws that can keep them held without bond. This rat probably doesn't even realize what he's stealing is expensive, but from above he jumps in, moving with a purpose as he yanks the diamond necklace off the stand. Then, without hesitation, he jumps right back up where he came from, effortlessly stealing the necklace. Cat burglars beware, there's a new mouse in town.
Japan loves its robots, but it looks like they aren't quite ready for escalators yet. Despite making a valiant effort to descend the escalator gracefully, this robot loses his balance and goes tumbling, bowling over a few innocent travelers in the process. I guess this represents the true dangers of AI. This lady was going about her working day, arranging her shop when she was very lucky to escape unharmed.
In this footage provided by Reddit user Jake, we can see a man and his son in a skate shop. The poster works at this shop and was trying to appease the disgruntled customer who wanted a refund for a defective skateboard chuck. Ultimately, he wasn't happy with any of the options that were given to him and chose to grab the defective chunk of metal and throw it in the direction of his young son. Thankfully, the small boy bent over to look at something just as the object would have struck him and he left unharmed. This is why it's important to keep a lid on your temper.
Here's another little taste of instant karma for you. This video shows a guy jumping out at a passing jogger who just so happens to be filming his walk on his cell phone. In his black cloak and scream mask, the guy clearly thought he would scare the victim to pieces. However, he instantly loses his footing upon stepping onto the wet concrete, flying headfirst into a nearby fence. To add insult to injury, his supposed victim can't stop laughing. Mayfly season is the worst. At least it was for this guy who had to clean up a swarm of the insects from his property in northern Ohio. Apparently, the flies smell like rotting fish if you don't get rid of them quickly. This is 22-year-old Lindsay Partridge enjoying a boat trip with her boyfriend. The two were on a romantic getaway in Florida, but it was about to be tragically cut short. Minutes after this video was taken, Lindsay fell from the boat and lost her life.
Dogs make great companions, but they can make for even better security. Just look at this pulse-pounding showdown between a family dog and a brown bear trying to sneak into a random house. While brown bears aren't inherently dangerous, they are incredibly powerful and very unpredictable, which makes avoiding them the safer option. Thankfully, this dog barks and shows its teeth enough to get the intruder to turn tail and leave, saving the day.
When you go in your daughter's room, and she says, Mommy, you've got a bunch of spiders up there. Little baby's one. And it's like, oh, that's not too bad. It's just like maybe 50, 60. But then she says, look in the other corner. There's more. And they're alive.
It's a reality that many houses, especially older ones, have insects living inside them. However, this scene is way more disturbing than finding a single spider. Apparently, this woman found a whole bunch of spiders coming out from inside the walls. The number of spiders is insane, and honestly, I can't understand how she remains so calm in a scene that seems like it's straight out of a horror movie.
I think the baby huntsman, I'm not sure. They're so cute.
Some people take advantage of the most vulnerable, and it's truly heartbreaking. Imagine a man who has passed out in a garage, lying helplessly on the ground. What would be the decent thing to do in this situation? Most of us would try to help him, right? But sadly, not everyone thinks that way. In this instance, someone walks in, sees the man unconscious, and instead of helping, decides it's the perfect opportunity to steal from him. This person robs the man without a second thought, leaving him there without checking if he's okay or needs assistance. Snakes are already very scary and creepy. Now, unfortunately, in Thailand, a snake with fur has been discovered. A snake with fur is another thing you'd need to be scared of now. Nature also gave him 2 feet to increase the creepiness of the snake. Yes, this snake comes with feet, so it can easily come upstairs to your bedroom and you won't even notice him move into your blanket with all that fur over him.
My name's Dan Foley, I'm 54 years old, and I juggle flaming lawn chairs.
It takes a very specific kind of person to become a professional juggler, but what happens when you've mastered and perfected your craft? Where do you go from there? Well, if your name is Dan Foley, you move on to juggling flamey, unwieldy objects. This footage posted by Reddit user Rampchurch shows Dan lighting 3 lawn chairs on fire and proceeding to juggle them with a deftness that could only come from decades worth of experience. Is it a little extreme? Perhaps. Is watching a 54-year-old man juggling flaming furniture in the middle of the night disturbing? Absolutely.
Imagine you're on vacation and suddenly spot a wild elephant walking in a flooded river. Well, this is exactly what happened at the Chalakudi River in Kerala State, India, where a wild elephant was spotted walking there. People started to film, and the video went viral on social media. At least he seems friendly. And when you think you've seen it all, surprise. Is there anything worse than driving under the influence and killing innocent people? Well, there is. And after watching this video, you'll understand why. This person got angry because his friends went to jail for killing 2 innocent people while driving drunk and decided to destroy the memorial made for the victims. Besides showing a complete lack of respect for the victims, he went and uploaded it to Twitter as if people would applaud his outbursts. What do you think about this? If I saw this on my surveillance footage, I'd definitely freak out. This family caught a man peeping through the window, trying to watch people get undressed. Creepy, right? Even creepier is that the peeping guy is their neighbor. When confronted, The suspect's wife insisted that he doesn't do such things and that it wasn't him.
That didn't look like him at all to you?
No, because my husband don't go out without a bandana. Every time he goes out, he has a bandana, but he doesn't go out at night.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's for Stan.
This clip from Reddit user Seance Has Begun starts off as a wholesome video recording to send to a friend, but quickly becomes something much more sinister. We first see a woman playing the video game Rock Band, displaying the skills she's developed as another person records. However, as the camera pans through the room to focus on the TV, you might notice that there are more than just two people in this video. For a brief moment, you can see what looks like a ghostly image of a person just standing in the doorway. The apparition is there for only an instant, because once the doorframe shows up in the camera's view once more, it's disappeared.
Michelle's getting really good at the drums. So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you. We'll see you soon.
Now, let's move over to New Hampshire, where a 35-year-old man was arrested twice within a span of 2 hours. What sort of crime spree was this man on? Well, it all started around 10 p.m. the previous night, where footage shows the suspect reacting violently to a store clerk, immediately throwing things and causing extensive damage around the store. This apparently went on for a whopping 5 minutes before the police arrived to stop the man, who even threw a carton of cigarettes at the cop. It shows a rock slide in India caught on tape. At first, it seems pretty tame. However, after a few moments, bigger and bigger rocks come crashing down, destroying the nearby bridge and completely blocking the nearby river. We have to hand it to the cameraman here because he risked a lot to bring us this footage.
Everybody handles their difficult times in different ways, but this Russian man has a particularly disturbing method of centering himself. In this footage posted by Reddit user SuperHuntTimeYahawk, we can see the feed of a security camera in the TV section of an electronics store. A few seconds later, a man wielding a hammer arrives and goes down the line, smashing each screen he can reach, sending TVs flying off shelves. The most unsettling part of this already upsetting video is the man seems almost bored while doing this very unusual, outlandish thing.
This seemingly innocent footage shows 16-year-old identical twins, Jasmia and Tasmia Whitehead, entering their school in Conyers, Georgia. What it doesn't show is the two honor roll students brutally beating their mother to death. In January 2010, 34-year-old Jarmeka Whitehead, known as Nikki, was found dead in the bathroom of her home. She had been beaten by her daughters with a vase and stabbed repeatedly. Though the twins initially pled not guilty, evidence showed that they had committed the brutal attack. They later pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter. They are each currently serving 30 years in prison, though they could be paroled as early as 2026. Male Karens can be pretty imaginative and original too. This one was angry with a bus driver because he demanded the bus pull over and let him on. Instead of waiting, he decided to jump onto the hood of the bus while it was still moving. Why would he ask for the bus to pull over if he's already hitching a ride? Let's hope he at least got a free ride out of it.
Cameras and in-home security systems are becoming more prevalent as the world gets more dangerous, but what if the intruder in your home can't be seen? In this short clip, we can see a motion-activated camera system changing its focus from the front door of a home to what seems to be the living room. At first, that might not seem strange, but the poster, Reddit user Marcus Nalgene, states that this event happened in the middle of the night and the only person was in the house at the time who was fast asleep. What kind of intruder can make themselves at home in your living room without making a sound?
Não, Rosane, a gente acabou e a gente não tem mais nada. Não tem motivo você tá fazendo isso no meu portão, muito menos na minha. Já quebrou o negócio aqui, ó.
Speaking of women who may or may not possess superpowers, check out this woman. Clearly, her ex feels pretty confident taunting her through the gate. However, he eventually makes her so angry that she just rips the thing off the hinges.
Você tá fazendo isso no meu portão, muito menos na minha. Já quebrou o negócio aqui, ó. Eu não disse que eu ia fazer.
Unsurprisingly to anyone, she then proceeds to come inside and immediately runs at the man like a horror movie villain. His screams at the end leave us with only one question. Did we just witness a murder? Every once in a while, a doorbell or security camera catches the right moment in time to generate some shocking footage. In this short video, a woman is outside on her porch when a large explosion takes place. Apparently, she thinks the house next door exploded, but in reality, you can just barely make out a flash of lightning strike her neighbor's tree, which is what caused the insane explosion. Though she wasn't hurt, the real hero of this video is the cat, who appears to have responded instantly to go search for survivors. While we're on the subject of idiots in cars, we might as well check out this pair of women who decided to hitch a ride on the metro rather than pay the tickets. The two girls, who seem to be dressed for a night out, are just casually chilling on the back while the tram speeds down the track. One of them is even talking on her cell phone. I love to give them props for this one, but how expensive could that ride possibly be? Let's start off in the Netherlands, where an angry woman and her daughter can be seen pounding on their neighbor's door. There's no context as to what could have possibly started the encounter, but it looks like it's not the first time these two have tussled. The shocking part comes when the person inside the house decides to try and silence the angry neighbor by throwing their own flat-screen TV through their own window. Dutch translators say the video started because the homeowner threw something at the woman's car. Guess throwing is just something they love to do.
It's well known that gray whales communicate through systems of clicks, grunts, and whistles, but have you ever actually heard what those noises sound like? This clip from Reddit user JacobWilliam87 captures several gray whales talking to each other, and the unsettling, otherworldly sounds can be heard as if amplified through a loudspeaker. Several other people can be seen recording the creatures, but what are these gentle giants saying? What do these alien noises mean? This video is rather shocking and shows how a shop owner who's fed up with robberies stands up for his shop and doesn't allow this situation. The footage was captured by the camera of the shop and shows how a man enters with a hood and gun to commit a robbery. The shop owner immediately grabs a cleaning tool and starts punching the robber with no fear. For sure, this woman's an example of being brave and standing up for your store. If you've ever needed an excuse to avoid a camping trip, look no further than this clip. Submitted by Astrosonic Drive, the footage shows a reasonably disturbed and distressed camper shining a light on a very serious problem. Their tent is encased by hundreds of spiders. Just about every inch of the outside of the tent is covered with eight-legged nightmares, and if the tent zipper hadn't been properly secured, it's not irrational to think that they'd also be inside as well.
I'd love to tell you that this will be the first and last video involving dog poop, but I simply can't make that promise. Here, you can see a woman in her pajamas cleaning up after her dog uses the bathroom on her porch and then simply throwing the poop off the balcony.
Into this apartment complex a couple of months ago, and my neighbors across the way from us let their dogs just poop on the balcony instead of walking them. And instead of throwing the poop away, they just throw it off the balcony.
This is some really disturbing behavior, especially when you consider just how long she's been letting her animal do this. Judging by the looks of that porch, it's been years.
It's disgusting. I don't even know, I don't know what to do. Do we not do anything? It was so gross.
Oh, gas निकल रही भाई ताजे इधर आया वो गैस बड़ी खतरनाक.
Now for a trip over to India, where an accident caused a gas station tanker full of petrol to roll over, spilling gasoline and fumes all over the street. As a mob of people stands by watching, the petrol ignites, sending plumes of fire and smoke into the sky.
वो आग लग गई दौड़ जाओ आग लग गई ओए दौड़ जाओ मोटरसाइकिल वाला विच वड़ गई होवे.
Before long, the entire street is a raging inferno, and there's no way to stop it due to the constant source of fuel.
ओए पेट्रोल पंप सड़ गई साजे निकल यार निकल.
Fortunately for them, but not for those of us watching, the cameraman finally decides he's had enough and gets the hell out of there. Catching awful neighbors on camera can be pretty funny, but what if they're actually important people? That's what happened in this case. Recently, Joanne Shreves, the daughter of former Tottenham manager Peter Shreves, made headlines for her aggressive behavior towards her neighbors. Let's check out the CCTV footage. She was accused of harassing them by throwing wet cement, bricks, and making threats, which eventually forced them to move away. Despite being convicted, she denies the allegations. It just goes to show that no one, no matter how well known, can behave like this and get away with it. If I had neighbors like this, I'd rather live under a rock by myself. Surveillance footage captured how one neighbor crashed his car into their pool. Maybe the driver was just too hot and wanted a quick swim. We'll never know. After seeing all this malicious behavior, it's kind of nice to see a person simply making a mistake once in a while. That's what happened when this man went out on a bender and attempted to try to get into his neighbor's home, thinking it was his. After realizing his mistake, the man attempts to go to the correct house but instead falls off the porch, face planting in the yard. Let's hope he didn't drive there.
Sometimes there's just no substitute for a good nap. The vandal in this disturbing clip from the Weird News YouTube channel must have had the same thought process, because that's exactly what he did. After breaking into a 22-year-old Scottish woman's house, the weirdo tucked himself into her bed, shoes and all, and took a cat nap. She captured all this on a security camera and had the man arrested before she returned. Terrifyingly, he sent her messages through Facebook thanking her for his stay and saying that he hoped he could meet her one day.
People are equal parts dumb and terrible in the best of times. Then we actually think it's a good idea to give these people keys to a car. Here's some dashcam footage for a few eager beaver drivers attempting to pass traffic on a yellow line. The first driver realizes that a curve is coming up and quickly moves behind a bus. However, his companion decides to make a pass at getting around the bus, only to be confronted with a box truck speeding at him from the oncoming lane. This results in a head-on collision that, fortunately, occurs at rather low speeds. Still, talk about a completely useless and risky maneuver. In 2017, the city of Melbourne, Australia, experienced a surge in attacks on public transport. The man seen here caused immediate concern when he boarded a train and raised his arm at a nearby passenger, gesturing in a gun motion and pretending to pull the trigger. He then got off the train at Sindel Station, where he launched a chilling attack on a 23-year-old student called Susie. The last we know, police were appealing for information to help identify the attacker, as well as other serial offenders causing havoc on the transport network.
And this clip from Willis7747 isn't from a Fast and Furious movie, but it sure looks like it. We can see a man climbing out of a moving car and onto a tow truck, which is apparently transporting his car from one place to another.
He's got to unhook it.
Instead of paying the fine or dealing with the issues that led up to the car being repossessed, he decides to take matters into his own hands. He detaches the car, then drives off of the back of the tow truck. It's almost too disturbing and crazy to be real life, but it would probably make Vin Diesel proud.
Imagine coming home to a sight like this. You can hear the despair and resignation in the poor tenant's voice.
I called the emergency. They said to call leasing office. Leasing office said they're unavailable.
Oh my God.
Swimming in lakes and ponds is usually harmless fun, unless of course you happen to be sharing that water with a dangerous creature. Like in this clip posted on Reddit by Cinerest, which shows a man happily treading water in a pond as an alligator creeps up on him. Smartly, the man moves to escape as calmly as possible as the gator gets closer and closer. By the time the animal is ready to take a bite out of him, he's ready to strike back and make a move to get out of the water. Would you have been that calm in that situation?
And here we go again with pranks that literally no one finds funny. All they do is cause headaches and anger. This TikToker was sentenced to 3 years in prison for blocking train tracks to film a stupid TikTok video. Yes, you heard that right. There are people that dumb in the world. And on top of that, he was just sitting there all relaxed with his chair, table, and cigarette. Honestly, I'm glad he got sentenced to 3 years in prison. Maybe he'll learn to use his brain a little.